Let's try some sound. How about that? Got sound right now? We have sound today.
Yeah, it's not very loud though.
So maybe we do the sound from here instead.
Hold on. I'm going to check this one. Is that better? Sound any better?
Try again.
Sound any better?
I'm with Victoria.
It's pretty low, pretty quiet. Everybody else is loud, so if I turn it up to hear you, then somebody else talks, it'll scream in my ear.
Mine? Can you hear mine?
Yours is the same as. We can hear it. It's just pretty quiet.
Interesting.
What did you do yesterday? It sounded good yesterday.
Same thing.
I used this one sitting right in front of me. That's what I did.
It's better. You both sound better there.
How about now?
Nope, it sounded like you stepped away.
It might be that one. How about this one?
No.
No. All right. So we come off. We come off microphones. Try it on that one if you want. Right there.
Okay, how about that?
Better.
Is that better?
Yep.
You have sound.
One sound, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Sound is better.
Good,
Okay.
good.
Then it's this computer. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Super excited you're here. Day 3, all about protecting everything we're creating and building. Because it's not about how much you can make, it's about how much you can keep.
True story. True story. So, real quickly, I want to thank everybody for the 3 days that we've been going, and appreciate everybody for checking in and being here. Our guest speakers, our team, and hopefully Tina's in here. We appreciate Tina for being a participant in this with us. So, real quick, we'll just jump straight in and get busy because we got a lot of good information to share with people, a lot of good speakers today. And so I want to see if Catherine can go back over to the notebook LM that we have so we can do a recap. We got some surprises for everybody here today because we're going to incorporate some new technology. We're going to do some demos and stuff like that. So the goal here is to hold on. That one right there 4 minutes ago. Let's open that one. Share that screen.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. So one of the tools that we use a lot inside of Titan Impact Group is called Notebook LM. This is an amazing tool. If nobody's using it, we want to give you guys a little onboarding to it. We made this 12 minutes ago. And so just take a quick look at what this is. This is the Opportunity Zone Summit Day 3. We're going to be teaching how to protect your wealth when you build it and how to create generational wealth with it. Yesterday, we talked about building wealth. Today, we're going to talk about keeping it. And we're going to do that with how we protect the assets and protect the money within it. So speaking to that level, what we're going to be doing is showing tax strategies using a specific tax strategy called the Opportunity Zone program. And within that, what we're going to do is kind of show how the traditional way that it works is that wealth, your money is earned. You have capital gains erosion. You have to reinvest it. Then there's inflation and loss through things like that. And then at the end of life, basically where we're at, and it's kind of crazy. It made that like drip like blood right there. It's
That's interesting.
the estate gets taxed. So what we're going to do is talk about opportunity zones and how a national economic policy that was started back under Obama in 2012 goes all the way through now to eliminate the capital gains tax that occurs. So we're going to be talking about Opportunity Zone 1, Opportunity Zone 2, and now how we're using AI to expand on that. So you don't need to be rich to start. You can be a developer, you can be an advisor, you can be an investor, you can be in the municipalities, and you can enjoy AI tools, and you can jump into this with us. So today, we'll be doing a live demo about it, showing the Opportunity Zone Wizard and how it works, and how that ties into the Titan ecosystem, how OZ Wizard, how Landshark, how Titan 23, how COSA education, all that stuff comes together. And it's actually the root of how all this got started. So if you want, share this out so that people can register to get in here and learn like us. So with that being said, I'd like to go ahead and take a second to I'm looking at the paper right there. We've got myself and Catherine going to be actually talking about how all this got started. So the Catherine and I were talking about opportunity zones because Catherine's dealt with 1031 exchanges for a long time. And as that's her way of tax mitigation and dealing with taxes. So we're going to introduce something real quick. This is another video. If you don't mind, share your screen right now so they can see this. And what we're going to do is we're going to show you how we're able to work with our clients and helping them understand all the cool things that are out there for them. Notebook LM put together this cute little video based on all the presentations that you're going to see today.
So here we go.
Meet Alex. Alex just hit a major milestone, selling a business or cashing out a property, resulting in a big financial win called a capital gain. This diagram shows a quiet reality that sets in right after the celebration. That big win is quickly sliced up by federal taxes, state taxes, and other hidden fees that drain the total amount actually kept in the bank. For most people, the next step is writing a massive check to the government. That means handing over the exact capital needed to keep investing and growing. Earning money and keeping money require entirely different skills. Without a clear plan to defend those earnings, a financial success quickly becomes a heavy tax liability. But there is a fork in the road. Instead of sending that check straight into the traditional financial system, there is a legal way to redirect those exact funds into local neighborhoods. This path relies on opportunity zones. These are thousands of specific, everyday communities across the country that have been selected for economic revitalization. The federal government offers a clear arrangement. If you agree to shift your tax payment into rebuilding these specific areas, you receive powerful financial rewards. By making this choice, a painful tax bill becomes an active engine for renewing a local town, while simultaneously protecting your own money. This timeline shows the math over 10 years. First, moving your money into an opportunity zone delays your capital gains tax. Second, staying invested shrinks that original tax bill. Third, any new wealth generated over the decade is entirely tax-free. The government cannot tax it. Compare this to standard real estate rules that let you trade one property for another to delay taxes. Those rules only work for buildings and just postpone the bill. Opportunity zones allow you to potentially eliminate future taxes entirely on businesses, stocks, or crypto. In exchange for your patience and long-term commitment to a neighborhood, the government allows you to keep all the resulting upside. It is perfectly natural to wonder how a single individual is supposed to build an apartment complex or revitalize a city block on their own. The answer is that you don't do it alone. Modern investors participate by joining existing networks, ecosystems that pool capital, education, and development expertise into one unified team. Digital tools now handle the heavy lifting. Instead of hiring a team of lawyers to manually read through tax codes, specialized systems automatically verify if a property qualifies and map out the exact paperwork needed to stay within the rules. That pooled effort translates into tangible physical changes. It turns abstract numbers into workforce housing, local businesses, and new jobs for the people living there. Clear education and shared networks have simplified the process. Anyone with a capital D can step in and help shape a community. Fast forward a decade. The vacant lots and quiet streets have transformed into a stable, active neighborhood with sustained local employment. Unlike the rapid buying and selling of traditional real estate, this path specifically rewards people who stay and build. This chart illustrates the ultimate payoff. Because Alex was patient, the initial investment has multiplied. And because of the federal agreement, every dollar of that new growth remains completely untouched by taxes. When you combine time with the right team, a single financial victory evolves into a protected reserve of wealth that can support a family for generations. This structure was intentionally designed by lawmakers to align private money with public progress. Navigating these tax strategies used to be something only massive banks and institutional funds could afford to do. Today, individual business owners and stock investors are using these same playbooks to grow their local economy. To understand exactly how these strategies work in the real world, your next step is to attend our upcoming live summit and learn directly from the experts. Real financial strength isn't found in a single transaction. It's built by
No, and so go ahead and come off of mute. So, okay, so basically that, oh, look who's there in the center of the screen, Dr. Ning Yan Chan. So, anyway, the presentation kind of goes off into explaining about the tax problem. Does anybody else understand what that tax problem looks like now? Are they hearing us?
Are you hearing
Yeah,
us?
I think that was better. Yeah, I think that was better in explaining it and like the difference. I also think in explaining the difference between the exchange and what happens there versus this part. I think that video really helped
So-
clarify that for me because I felt like I totally, didn't understand that.
All right, so yeah, that's good because we'll get into that now a little bit more. Catherine's got the next presentation here. And we're going to kind of dive into it. But before we do, I want to make sure to introduce two very important gentlemen that are on the same screen right now. It's been over a year. I want to highlight, I would like to see if we can highlight Dr. Ning Chan and Roman Rubio, give them a chance to just introduce themselves a little bit and take some time to do that, because without these two gentlemen, we wouldn't be here right now at all. So, I
Can you
got,
bring up Tommy?
there we go. Hello. So actually the four of us had a conversation over a year ago. Me, Roman, Dr. Ning Young Chen, and Catherine Bell. Roman and I and Dr. Ning Young all got together and started the Land Shark Mastermind. And Catherine came along in May last year and became a sponsor for us on the Land Shark Mastermind. And we started having daily podcasts, which led to a webinar series to describe the Titan ecosystem. And now here we are on day 3 of our virtual summit. And I can't be more blessed by the hand of God to have both these gentlemen here with me and this wonderful woman on the mission that we started almost exactly a year ago. So if you don't mind, Roman, you want to start out and introduce yourself for us, and then we'll let Dr. Ning Young come on.
No problem. Good morning, everyone. My name's Roman Rubio, so I am part of the team and also focusing on the opportunity zones. So me and Tommy kind of started off getting certified back in 2022. And we were part of this program that eventually the first series, when it came out, we got certified and started working on them, starting working on certain projects. Just to give a little bit about my background, I come from a sports background, having my own sports management agency and, dealing with a lot of high network individuals. The ideas came out to kind of do like a one-time shop where we can serve the athlete in this case and kind of help them diversify their funds. Especially from baseball players where we're thinking, they can actually, start growing their portfolio into real estate investments. So that's how we kind of came about the idea of working this together. Again, from that, I created my own professional soccer team here in the Valley in Phoenix. And unfortunately, with the not choosing the right partners, that's more important, right? If you're not choosing the right partners, then the business is not going to go along. And unfortunately, we had to close down, for some misfortunes in there. But again, it's always been a good network of dealing with high network individuals and creating things from nothing and working in these actually the opportunity zones. The good thing about me right now, I moved down to the southwest of the border where it's a huge opportunity where we think as partners and working all together, we're going to be able to work and kind of bring some benefits to the city, to the municipalities. We had some conversations already with them about close to a month ago where we did the Arizona Commerce Authority, and we're excited. We're excited that we wrote all this book together. Our minds put it into this together, kind of teach you guys kind of how to actually take advantage of these benefits and opportunity zones. So Ning Yang, Dr. Ning Yang, do you want to go ahead and I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, sure. Good to see you.
Two
Roman.
seconds before we go. So Roman, two things that are really important I want everybody to get is that, again, there's only 72 people in the country who are actually certified opportunity zone advisors. Roman, you're one of them. That is really, people need to understand, like, you're like less than a decimal point inside of your level of expertise and understanding opportunity zones. So that's why you're the who that knows how. The second piece that is super important is your ability and of working with the cities and the councils and the state, like all of that, to be that alliance and that bridge. You're the who that knows how to actually make that bridge and make that happen. I think those are super important superpowers for people to understand of why you're the who that knows how inside of everything that we're doing. So I just really need to highlight that and acknowledge you for, having those as your superpowers.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's known as our economic development
Liaison.
council liaison.
Yeah.
So he handles everything with economic development and talking to the city and stuff. So the guy down there at the bottom who's just quiet all the time happens to be the most dangerous man in the entire room. So Dr. Ning Yang Chan, I can't tell anybody how much joy it brings my heart to see you here this morning.
Yeah, talking about working with the city. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, definitely. I got a lot more to learn from Roman. I remember, Tommy and I, we met almost exactly 2 years ago at C-Suite. There's a network called C-Suite, high-level entrepreneurs. And we also had a project with the city of Apache Junction. I met the director of the economic development, and I connected Tommy because and the director opened up to me about their project, one of their projects, and so Tommy and I, we jumped on it, but Tommy made a lot of plans, but at the end it didn't work out. And then also the director left the city of Apache Junction, and then there's a new director. It's just like, oh wow, yep, definitely. That at the end didn't work out, but that was our opportunity zone. The project in Apache Junction was an opportunity zone, and I did learn a lot. And well, a little bit about myself. I usually don't introduce myself as a doctor so and so. You have to address me this way, that way. I just, I go by Ning Yang, and I got my doctorate from ASU in sustainable agriculture. And I know that Roman's in Yuma, and my experiment was using lettuce. And guess what? Yuma produces 100% of lettuce in the winter for the entire America. That's where Roman lives, and he knows there's I think lettuce festival or something like that, right? There's a lettuce festival in Yuma, but that's just a fun story.
We feed the world certain amount of time of the year, with all the produce that gets done over there. So it's a very promising city that connects to Arizona, California, as well as the border town. So there's a lot of and the border town to Mexico too. So there's 4 connecting states, and there's a lot of opportunities to be able to, get this, kind of put together. And we're gonna be working on that soon. We're actually already in the works, so hopefully all our minds can come in together and collaborate and bring something powerful, to the city as well.
So yeah, I appreciate you gentlemen coming on this morning and talking about it. As a matter of fact, the four of the people on your screen right now co-authored the book, The OZ Wizard 2.0. It's available on Amazon. It's basically just the rule book to how to do opportunity zones. And so we're going to get somebody to drop that in the chat, and you can go out and pick up the book, co-authored by Dr. Catherine Bell, Dr. Ning Young Chan, Roman Rubio, and Tommy D. We put all of our collective experience into the passion behind this, and from it came something that we want to change the world with. And so
Yeah.
every one of us up here has a certain level of humility. I probably the least of all of them. And so it's why I surround myself with these people, because their level of professionalism, their level of give a damn, and what they want to accomplish is what motivates me. And so I don't mind being a workhorse for these people, and I'm glad to have them by my side today. So thank you, gentlemen, and beautiful young lady, for being here today.
Absolutely. Super happy to be here, on this team making these things happen. And, again, this Opportunity Zone 2.0 programs, the 1.0 ends December 31st of this year. The next one begins in January and continues on for the next decade. So this is why it's super important for you to lean in, understand, get yourself educated, so that as an investor, you're an informed, educated investor, so that you can create your holistic plan going forward.
Let's talk to them about that. We got a presentation to run through with the tax problem.
Okay.
And to stay on task, we'll be done with it soon. And then we'll take time to talk more to Roman here. But the hidden cost of success is it really comes from how fast people build their wealth. And if you don't know, when you're building wealth, you end up in a situation where you have to be mindful of the money you make. Otherwise, you pay it and send it to the government.
So again, it's not about how much you can earn. It literally is how much you can keep. And these are two completely different skill sets that I want you to understand. So over the last couple of days, we've been talking about, again, developing the who's that know how inside of that. And now you get the second skill set is understanding there's the earning money skill set. Now there's the keeping money skill set. And we have the who's that know how. Literally, you just met them sitting right here, who can not only help you save on the taxes, but here's what I love about it. It fulfills on that my personal mission of leaving every person, property, and community better than we found them. So really understanding this is super important.
So here's how wealth kind of actually goes. You can see right here that your capital's in the middle, and then it's sucked from all different places, from federal taxes and state taxes to capital gains, estate exposure, inflation, and depreciation recapture, right? So when you get your money and you have it all in one spot, people start pulling it from it. It's literally like getting all your cousins after you win the lottery.
Yeah.
So
again, it's a whole the infinite drain of a builder, right? So you're building your asset, you sell your asset, then you repeat, you reinvest, you pay taxes. Like it just keeps going around and around and around. And here's the beautiful thing I want you to understand is that the tax code of this country is literally designed. There's like a very small, I think it's like only 1,400 pages of like a 40,000 page tax code. Only 1,400 pages of that tax code are all about how you must and have to pay taxes. The rest of them are all about all of the ways that the laws have been set up so that you don't have to actually pay them. What does that mean? It means you keep them in your pocket and then you reinvest them in things that actually make an impact for your family, your community, like whatever makes your heart sing. So you really want to understand this.
And then, this is an example right here where we've got a $5 million liquidity event, like the guy in the video, right?
Yep.
And what ends up happening is that you're going to immediately have to pay capital gains if you try to realize that $5 million sale. right? Then you got your state taxes, you've got NIT, you got departure capture, you got advisors and legal fees, you got people all over your money, right? And
Yeah.
so the actual deployable capital is far significantly less than what you started out with. So
So, taxes don't just cost you money, but they cost you momentum inside of what you're doing. So you want to understand that, again, there's ways to optimize this so that you can keep that snowball effect of your investment actually growing. So if you're not understanding this and you're not getting responsible and putting the who's that know how, you literally are losing out. You have fewer investments, which means fewer acquisitions, reduced leverage, and then slower compounding growth on your money.
and then what you end up with is the time clock runs out, and say, for example, you're in a 1031 exchange deal. That happens when you sell a property and you have those capital gains. They have a deferral program right now called the 1031 exchange. But what that does is it locks you into a lot of rules. Okay. You have 45 days to find the property, 180 days to close it. And then you literally have to be in something that's like kind or more expensive than what you were in before. So you're having to come in with less capital, but in order to keep them tax dollars in your investment, you don't get to enjoy any of the profits from it.
Right.
Right.
So the 1031 constraints, again, this is something that's so here, let me just give you the long and short of it is that you have all these rules and regulations, and here's what I know is that their real estate investors are trapped inside of real estate only, which is interesting. And what if a really good deal, like do the numbers tell you what to do, doesn't actually exist at that time and in that very short window, right? Then you're forced to buy something that isn't exactly fitting inside of your portfolio. And as a result, unfortunately, it literally can go sideways. So having the longer ability and longer pathway. The second thing is that the 1031 constraints is as you continue to roll this money over and over, and you have that snowball effect of your capital gains getting bigger and bigger and bigger, what happens is as you have to find projects that literally are able to consume all of that capital gains, it gets harder and harder and way more complex. So literally the opportunity zone literally takes away the pressure and the pain of all of that, which I'm super excited about.
It's like being rewarded or being punished for success.
Right.
Right. By doing it that way. And that's what the opportunity zone gets away from. It literally transforms into a long-term wealth strategy, because if you have patient capital, you have accelerated equity growth because you're putting it back into areas that need it. You have community impact, you have long horizon investment plans with it. What you're able to do is get tax optimization and unchecked appreciation, meaning basically that what you're able to do is play Monopoly in real life.
Right. So the three pillars of the opportunity zone incentives is phase one is very immediate, and that's your capital gains tax deferral. Again, having that a significant amount of your money have to go to the government, like I don't care who you are, but that is really freaking painful. I don't know one person that's like, yes, I get to pay taxes. Nobody has ever said that in the history of the world. So phase two is the tax burden. So the again, the ability to reduce what you're doing with the gains that you have, and then of course the long-term appreciation of all of it, which allows for that cash flow, leaving it in there. But again, here's where all of this, you get to leave every person, property, and community better than you found them, while having your money grow and have that have your money compound and have that the legacy of it continue to grow for the next decade, which leaves for future generations, and continuing to do that forward.
But it's the part that you're missing right there, the 100% tax-free growth on your new investment.
Yes.
So you'll never have to roll that capital gains over again.
Right.
You can get it without the tax burden, because the tax burden, like in that video we seen, it's up to 30% in most cases.
Yeah.
Right. So here's the very stark contrast between the two.
Right.
In a 1031, you can only invest real estate capital gains. Any other capital gains has to be paid.
And so with opportunity zones, it's a broader investment
Right.
flexibility. We love that.
You're only able to defer the taxes. You're not able to grow the taxes, grow the basis, right?
Mhm.
Tight restrictive timelines, 45 days, 180 days are very difficult. You have transaction focused products, not data driven, not community driven. There's no community mandate for anything. And the replacement pressure is enormous. If you break a 1031, it's expensive.
Yeah.
Like you lose more than 30% because you got intermediaries you got to pay and all that stuff. So over in the opportunity zone section, all of this is almost the exact opposite. You have broader investment flexibility, the ability to have gains, your future gains completely eliminated. You have longer strategic horizon. You have 180 days to deploy the capital, right?
Which makes a huge difference.
31
Choosing the
months,
right
right?
project. Yeah.
31 months to build it out. So wealth ecosystems are very focused here. We're already
Mhm.
doing that. We showed you Titan 23. We
Right.
showed you 7 Streams income and investor club. And then you've got the opportunity zone wizard, OZ wizard, which we'll get into later about how to protect those two things we're growing in Titan 23 and the 7 Streams. So
Right.
the best part about this is right here.
So the opportunity zones were originally designed to transform capital into community revitalization. And we want to have you understand it's not just like the low income communities. That's not what this is. It really is about holistic communities. And what I love about it is a lot of rural communities that typically get ignored and don't have the tax basis to be able to help those communities grow. But us coming in through the opportunity zone literally helps these communities and helps them grow responsibly and continue. I feel like it's living that American dream. Some people really want to be living in communities and neighborhoods that really are beautiful and safe for their families to continue to grow. And this is the opportunity that we actually get to do that. I'm really excited.
Yeah, so how we do most of this is through underwriting using AI, and we're going to go into a lot of that. I want to make sure that we're staying on time because I'm going to get Roman up here to talk about how opportunity zones are explained, and I want to make sure that we give time for people.
We're going to have a demo on this.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but basically, from this, the way that we do this is you can see here in this diagram, it's very very self-explanatory where when you have the income generation and the proper tax strategy, you can grow to that legacy wealth impact like we talked about yesterday
Right.
within
Your
chosen
family.
forever.
Yeah.
Right. So
more income, more taxes, more exposure, more pressure. At some point, success demands structure. And that's exactly what Opportunity Zone 2.0 creates. So we're providing a path to an actual lifestyle that literally leads to generational wealth. And we're going to do a demo on this and how to show you how you can be using this and getting yourself educated in this as well. So with that, okay.
no, not yet. 9:35.
Okay.
It's gonna be Roman and I. We've got a phone call coming in. Catherine just got her phone messages going here. She's got to go talk to one of the brokers about a deal we got going. So
Great. So I'll get you set up for you and Roman.
yep.
Okay.
Here's Roman.
Hold on.
And so just for people to understand,
There you go.
Roman and I started in opportunity zones together. We were part of another company similar to Titan 23. And what we were able to come up with and do was we created a program called the Certified Opportunity Zone Advisorship, and we're looking at growing this up so that people can find a way to protect their wealth. And so I want to just jump in before we do. Is there any questions about the program that Catherine and I kind of talked about before we go deep into this a little bit? Anybody got statements or comments?
Let me look at the chat real quick.
Yeah, we have
Susan.
comments in the chat. We actually have a question from Susan. She says, sounds like we can do an exchange into Oz, from real estate into Oz. Can we sell stocks in exchange into Oz as well?
Yes, absolutely. And that's the beautiful thing is that anything generating capital gains can go into OZ. And so in 1031 exchange, it's only real estate. You really can't even sell a business and do it unless it had real estate attached to it. So those are some of the tricky nuances about that 1031 program. But the Opportunity Zone program literally backs up not only real estate, but businesses. And you can do any kind of capital gains. So anybody have any other questions? Were there any more questions in the chat?
So
Nope,
just like
that is
Susan asked,
all.
right? Can we do an exchange from real estate into opportunity zones? Can we sell stocks in exchange into an opportunity? As well, also you do. So that's why, as you see right here on the screen, that the evolution of track strategy come into in community impact, right? So we're bringing in from Wall Street capital to Main Street transformation. You can see a lot of this into the downtown parts where they're renovating, skyscrapers. That's usually where a lot of the actual the capital gains money is actually going into. Now, America didn't have a shortage of money. It had a shortage of capital flowing into the right places. And these places are considered the opportunity zones where it needs economic development. So capital aggressively, concentrated into major, coastal metros. It's also, where rural and basically under served communities were systematically left behind. And then private equity flowed almost exclusively towards safe, established markets. And the economic inequality accelerated rapidly following the recession. So, with this being said, again, a lot of the people thought that the opportunity zones was just meant for bigger projects or cities that were kind of just blooming, but it's actually kind of there to help out those, like I said, those under served communities. Now for decades, private equity is operated as a closed ecosystem. Access was strictly limited and to institutional players. Fundraising was slow and heavily restricted, and marketing in general, solicitation were prohibited, and capital formation was basically looked locked behind closed doors. So, Tommy, do you want to?
Yeah, and basically that's why the Opportunity Zone basically creates that monopoly in real life effect, is because previously the system was designed only for property to be pushed up the hill. And so capital markets were only interested in investing in the areas where they knew they could make money, not areas that they had to take a risk on. So where this starts is back in 2012, there was a program called the Jobs Act, and it fundamentally changed the way people could participate in private equities. Back before 2012 Jobs Act, the Jobs Act actually stands for Jumpstart Our Business Startups. And within that, what it did was it created other ways for private equity to be raised. Previous to the Jobs Act, there was only one way, and it was mainly for Wall Street people to do it. And so it opened up the door for more private investment. How it did that was through allowing for syndications. It started kind of like if you see Robinhood, the online trading app, stuff like that. These are things that came out of that. And so from 2012 to 2017, there was a dramatic change in the business world as to where money was being spent and funneled then. So we had things like GameStop. GameStop was ready to go out of business. If anybody remembers that, GameStop was ready to go out of business. And if it weren't for like the Robinhood app and Reddit, stuff like that, GameStop would have been gone. So
Right. And the based on what they did back in 2012, they kind of defined and did everything back in the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act, introduced a new economic development strategy, which is named as the Qualified Opportunity Zone, IRC 14LC1, and then the other qualifier opportunity in funds, where you can actually put in the funds for all those capital gain investors that are coming in. It's the other IRC 1400 OZ2. Now, this wasn't just a tax reform. It was a new economic development strategy for those that are actually getting capital gains to kind of get into these type of deals and projects.
Yeah, and what it did was it redirected capital gains into the lower areas, getting it off of Wall Street and back into Main Street. And so it allowed for people to it's called divest, not invest, but divest. Divest is almost a way to put money into things that don't make money. And so when they do that, what ends up happening is that was almost like an illegal activity. If you knew you were going to lose money for your investors, that they wouldn't allow you to do that. Here, in the way that opportunity zones work, we can divest money into low value property and bring it up into a viable marketplace. And we're able to do that now with the way that they wrote the rules for this.
We have like one question. Is that okay to ask about what you guys just talked about?
Yep.
So like Susan Susan said, what is the rate of growth projected for these opportunity zones?
Again, that is based on each individual project, because you can choose. It's better to tell you what you can't build it within an opportunity zone than what you can. So the growth factors that we've seen here is anywhere from doubling money to 10xing it. And it really just depends on what you're building out. Roman and I built out a fund for RV resorts where we were returning 40 to 60% to the investors based on, what our end results were. Opportunity zones are designed to either build ground up projects or do a complete redevelopment on something. And so those regulations, we can get into them here in a minute, but those regulations are really what safeguard, the communities from investors.
And the growth is also projected based on getting the knowledge out there. A lot of people do not know. They've heard about it, but they don't know the full details of how they can actually get into and actually create an opportunity zone fund to be able to invest into a projected zone. So that's kind of where we're coming at, to kind of inform those capital gain investors and those investors that are wanting to come in and hopefully get into these projects. And with that being said, again, the awareness is kind of one of the things that we worked on. Like we stated before, about a month ago, we had a huge opportunity zone meeting with the Arizona Commerce Authority, which they're trying to push, a lot of municipalities to open up their doors a bit more for the investor money to come in. And this is basically the way that we explain it, where it comes in as a 3-tier architecture of the opportunities and wealth shield. So this is how it works, right? Step 1, you have a tax deferral. So you're basically delaying the impact of the realized capital gains. As you move on to the second step, you have a potential reduction of your deferred taxes, stepping up the basis over time. The final step will be the potential elimination of zero capital gains tax on the new opportunities on investments appreciation after a 10-year hold. So the government will be rewarding investors willing to commit long term in order to write off whatever gains they're getting from their investment into the opportunities on depending on the years you hold it. So there's certain years, and like I said, there's a couple of tiers and how you're going to be able to hold those investments into the opportunity zone.
Yeah, and to that point, that's what changes the economics about that. So hopefully that answers Susan's questions.
Is that good, Susan?
You
All
said
right,
thank
cool.
you. Incredible.
And so to move over here, we kind of went over this a little bit earlier in that, what the differences are between the 1031 and the opportunity zones. I'm going to highlight what the good parts about the opportunity zones are, is that, it's transformational wealth ecosystem. Like, you get your money back. You can invest capital gains from stocks, businesses, crypto, real estate, art, etc. The permanent tax elimination is only on the new growth. What you put in, you will have to pay taxes on, but only after it's been able to achieve some appreciation. And then so out of this, what we're able to do is we eliminate the asset swapping and go right into job creation, economic development creation, housing, and all the stuff. So billions of dollars flow into communities, but early systems in this program lacked real precision. So what we discovered was the 1.0 program that started in 2017 was codified by the One Big Beautiful Bill Act in 2024. And we are now able to see that there's going to be an accelerated growth in housing. There's going to be interest in massive institutional development. There's already communities that are putting forward millions of dollars in infrastructure in not only the urban areas, but also in the rural areas. So,
All right. So now, how this evolved with the transition to regulated, transparent, and ethical community first investing. This is how you look at it as far as the maturation matrix from OZ. The first project was OZ1, now entering into the Opportunity Zone 2.0, which is the big one, which is in relation to the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Now, if you see the first step, so usually how it happens is it's strength reporting requirements. So now it's ultra clean, and its reporting requirements, and its measurement and application developments. Second step also will be is your mandated accountability and transparency. So your mandated accountability and transparency to mandated, and not only the
don't read what's there. AI doesn't like words.
sorry, the government, right? But so now that we found our, transition into, we will find our targeted rural development incentives. And then from there, we'll go into the ethical oversight and long-term community alignment, how it's going to help out the community that we're helping out and bringing in the funds to, do the economic development and job creation for them. Now, the new one, which is the new opportunity zone, it wasn't about ending opportunity zone. It was just about maturing them. So they're doing amendments, and as you're bringing in certain necessities to the to these opportunities and how that would benefit all the capital gain investors, those amendments are being taken into the government and being basically they're telling the government how we can actually add all these amendments into it to help out all the capital gains investors. So it's always involving and helping out those people that are coming in for the as an opportunity zone investor.
Yeah, and so really the future belongs to the people that are running the spreadsheets now and creating the opportunities, because there's a map, and this is how we pick opportunity zones. The map is determined by councils and groups in the government, and then it's fed to us as developers and investors. And so the old mindset was about getting tax shelters and hiding money from the government. The new one is using that money instead of hiding it to build and grow and have amazing places for people to live and develop inside of. And so what it does is what we do within Titan 23 is we're looking to build in the path of progress. And so what that means is we use AI to help us grow not just people's returns, but having ethical and moral development that doesn't impede on other people and it doesn't hinder other people. It's not something that causes delay for people. One of the big things is like we can pay for infrastructure with these things now. And the importance behind that is that a lot of times infrastructure is not included. It's just something that's passed on to the next development. And so if you want to see how housing prices rise, realize that when they build the commercial property, they could have built the road all the way to the back of the subdivision, but they chose not to because it saved the developer money and it made more income for the investors. So that when you get to the end of a subdivision, the lot for the house costs just as much as the house because of the cost of the infrastructure to get back to it. When if they would have just taken care of all of it in the beginning, it wouldn't have raised the price of the house for no reason. So.
And again, the architecture of a modern self-sustaining wealth ecosystem works like this, right? The investors come in with the deploying the capital. It will go into a qualified opportunity fund, so they will put their money into that fund. From there, we would actually choose we'll look at as far as our Titan ethical developers, and then it would go disperse into the communities, which will be creating the jobs, the housing, and the businesses. And from there, it goes on to the next step, which is creating the long-term tax-free wealth. And that's just evolving around that ecosystem.
And we do all of that around an AI. We use AI as a transforming underwriting compliance and access engine. It has amazing capabilities for deep research and analysis. It provides us with frameworks and structures and models. And now that we've had a change in the rules, because remember, we started in 2012, we went to 2017. Now we're in 2024 with new rules. And what the new rules are, we've been able to tag these into what is known as the OZ Wizard GPT. And we're able to apply moral and ethical development using GPT now because of the amazing way that it's unbiased and doesn't, doesn't require a lot of pushing and twisting of people and systems to accomplish it. So AI is amazing in that way.
Okay, and remember that new rules indicate that they're going to be changing things where, some people are kind of taking advantage of. This is the opposite, where this is doing it better. So we're entering a new era of legacy-driven capital deployment. And it's, what we use AI-driven underwriting, which removes the guesswork. Like, oh, is this going to actually work out if we actually invest into this property? Again, it's an institutional adoption that legitimizes the asset class. Now, it's also the rule expansion and alignment alongs on a lot new markets, and then the track strategy evolution demands long-term positioning. Now, the next generation of wealth builders won't just chase returns; they'll shape communities. And like I see it, like I said it before, be proud they're actually creating something, and you're kind of leaving a legacy because you're developing a community and the needs that they have without having to kind of dissect into their general fund. So we're bringing in people with, the same ideas, the ideas of investing and creating something, legit. So this is the proper, and motor Rico that we're going to be using for us to be able to, collaborate with a lot of the communities around the nation.
Yeah, and this slide says about this slide says the best opportunity zones were created to redirect private capital into communities that America forgot. Doing this, it creates long-term wealth for people that are willing to build there. Somebody asked about the returns. Well, I mean, the returns on something like a rundown grocery store that went out of business during the Biden administration, we could probably buy that building now and turn it into an indoor mall with like 40 or 50 vendors inside of it who are able to service better than that corporate giant that just didn't care and went out of business because it was no longer making money for their investors. So they just got rid of the grocery store in the community. So this is something that happens quite a bit down there. So we appreciate everyone coming in. We're going to continue on today talking about opportunity zones, but how they tie back into the Titan Impact ecosystem. The Titan Impact ecosystem is designed to help people grow wealth, grow their incomes, grow their portfolios. Everything's about growth, So today we're not selling a product. We're providing a path to a lifestyle that's life-changing, right? And if you're able to come into any part of our ecosystem, you get access to the rest of it as well. We're going to have a speaker come on after our break. We're going to take a break here. And when we come back, we're going to be talking to two ladies that are very integral in investing and why not just impact in investing is important, but doing it with a mindset that's built around building communities, built around doing it with moral principles that are important and mean something to people. And when you start doing it that way, when you start servicing others, like these speakers we're going to have on soon, and our host Catherine is the very same, does the very same thing. These people are why why the world has good places is because they do things that are based on impact and legacy, less on personal growth and personal gain, right? So let me stop sharing this here. Roman, let's open it up to talking to some of the people in here. Like Cicely is I seen Cicely made a comment. Cicely is a licensed realtor. Would you give Cicely some information about becoming maybe like a certified opportunity zone advisor and how that might be able to help her?
Yeah, so in your side, Cicely, as you're a realtor, right? You always want to look for opportunities that again are looking for them to actually grow, right? And in this case, if we identify an opportunity zone within an area that's the state that you serve, we kind of want to look into that to see maybe if it qualifies as an opportunity zone and bring in the capital investors for that to be able to develop those areas and be able to bring in all the investors for us to be able to, sell those opportunities again. But again, it's a benefit to that investor, or if you have buyers into a certain point that are looking to deploy capital, for you as a realtor, it is a huge advantage again, because you do want to find these areas as well, to be able to, secure land and also probably develop them. So that's kind of be a good way in how you can actually also be certified as a, opportunity zone advisor.
I love this, Susan. Like she just said, like she's been praying for wisdom of how to be a good steward and all of that. And so it's just so amazing that like learning all of this over all the days, like is really helping people make decisions and like get the wisdom that they really need. So thank you guys.
The way I like to think about this, Susan, is like I think you got to think of it as a pioneer, right? You're creating something from nothing, and you're gonna leave your legacy there, entitled into that development that you're coming in to invest. And these are the best opportunities for us to be able to to take advantage of. That's the way that you're doing. Again, you're doing. I think we're all doing this for legacy and kind of leave it to our generation that's coming behind us, and it's a good way to kind of seal your footprint in the world and in the nation, kind of developing these communities as well.
So I know Tracy also had another question. So I know that the next round of opportunity zones are coming like next year and all of that. But like what are the best Tracy wants to know like what's the best way to research where opportunity zones are now? And like is there a way to know for the future, next year and stuff like that? How do you know?
And so just to cover that, one of the things we developed and we do a lot of is integrating AI into things to help us with stuff. This particular one right here is the OZ Wizard GPT, which is free on the GPT Chat GPT marketplace. Katya, raise your hand. Katya onboards people for us on how to get into and learning how to use our AI models. So right here, I just grabbed Tracy's question, put it in the OZ Wizard, and let's see what it comes up with. What? Yes, the link is in the chat for the OZ Wizard. You can see here there's three top places to look. You can go on the HUD website. You can go to Novogradac, which is like the leading expert in the country on this. We're trying to get them to certify our exam.
But you can also put in the Arizona community. In Arizona, you have the Arizona, that they have the certain GIS system that basically show you the map of all the opportunity zones that are in there. Now, don't take it into the account where if you don't find a certain opportunity, sometimes just talking to the city municipalities, knowing that they need a certain, they have a certain need for something that to develop there. Sometimes they're able to adjust the zoning to kind of get it into within that opportunity, or qualified zones as well.
Yes, let me see. I'm trying to get the website opened up. I was sharing the wrong screen. These are some of the things that you can do inside of the ChatGPT is discover places to find that information, Tracy. And what it'll do is it'll also break down and explain like how the property can qualify or if the business can qualify. So those are some important things. Let me pull up the website because it was just sharing. only the
You kind of want to see a map.
ChatGPT.
Uh,
I'm gonna pull a map. It's on the HUD website, but I couldn't get it. Hold on one second. There, thank you. All right, so I'm gonna share this screen. And so this is like right here in Washington, but we can zoom out and you're gonna be able to see all the areas that are currently in OC area. This is for OZ eligible 2.0. If you want to see what's available currently, there's another map, but these are the areas that they're suggesting we try to get OZ for in Arizona. But if anybody has a spot, thank you, Ning Young. Thank you for coming in today. We truly greatly appreciate you. So, but these areas here on the map are showing a variety of locations. You can see OZ eligible. You can see OZ eligible rural. These are areas that we're trying to get them to allow and bring in. So
I'm gonna attach one from the Arizona Commerce in there. Oh, is that the one you attached that you're
So,
looking at
yeah,
right now,
here.
Tommy?
Right here.
I want to put the other one in the chat.
Are you talking about 1.0 or
No, just from
2.0?
regular, what maps or they can use as far as the areas.
Okay, yeah. Let's see what they got down here.
It's
Did you
similar
put it in?
to what Tommy's doing, and then this one's the Arizona one, so you can see the site map in there. real
Yeah,
quick.
this is specific to Arizona. And so these are the areas that we're looking into. You want me to go to Yuma?
Sure.
So you can kind of see here, these are areas that we're looking for.
Right on top.
They want it like an education center here. These are areas that are of interest. University of Arizona. This is a property. It's set up to become a school. So the semiconductor asset map, is this the opportunity zone one? Let's choose layers. Kind of loud when they start those cars up behind us. We're in an exotic car factory. And so when they start the cars, it gets a little loud, so I apologize. But yeah, so there's a lot of resources to find the maps. The best thing is to find to take an address, go into the OZ Wizard GPT and ask if it's in an opportunity zone. If it says it's not sure and you should verify, then it's not. But if it says yes, this is in an opportunity zone, then it is. So if it doesn't confirm it, it just wants you to verify.
So question there says, Tommy and Roman, are you looking for businesses or are you looking for properties to develop in Arizona?
We currently already have quite a few projects going. As a matter of fact, Titan 23 is raising capital to purchase property and stabilize it, get it shovel ready for opportunity zone projects.
But yes, we are looking
Yeah, I
for.
was like, can you say the beginning part over? Because I think we didn't hear it all. Yeah.
I said that, yeah, the Titan 23 is actually purchasing or raising capital to buy assets that need to be stabilized and become shovel ready for the opportunity zone developments. Does Tracy or Cicely or Katya or anybody have any questions? Laura? Deanna?
Wow, apparently you did an amazing
I'm
job.
so good at talking. Everybody's just completely stumped with any questions. They're like,
Speechless.
I also think like this providing the video really helps set all of this up, and then you guys kind of breaking down the where people can look for this and find this information. So I'm so thankful for the GPT because you can also ask it questions too as you look through the things to try and just have a clear understanding of all of this. And it's great opportunity that I think it's like a top secret in a little bit because you don't hear many people talking about it. So it looks like Deanna has a question though.
go ahead.
This is amazing. I think opportunity zones are something that we sort of hear of, every once in a while when you're in the right circles. But to find out, Roman, that you're certified on this, that there even is that program. There's the who's, and you guys were really able to break this down for people in a way that I think, we saw there is great motivation within this group to do good while doing well. But you really did a great job. Thank you of bringing it to, why we want to do this, how we want to do this, and the long-term impact. And this is worth digging into. So you also
Yeah.
gave us the tool, because we see so many shiny baubles, I think, as
Yeah.
investors. But knowing enough about this to go, darn it, this is somewhere I need to be. I need to find out more. These are the people who can help me. Or these are the people who I can invest with who are doing this. Great job, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
And
Susan
Deanna
said
just,
she has a million questions.
That's
So
awesome.
I thought
So
she was gonna say $1 million, but.
yeah, $1 million, you can ask all the questions you want. If you have a million questions, you better have the dollars.
No,
she's
but
gonna
it,
come to the mastermind. She's gonna come to the mastermind.
but at a later time, Deanna, we're gonna show you kind of like how to piece it together, like the full path to participation on how we look at the opportunity. We go look at it and see what's actually requested from there. And again, we kind of see it where in my end, being at the border, I talk to the city council and everything, and they're based on their needs they have. And this is kind of where we're like, okay, here's how we're gonna come in. This is how we're gonna help you guys out and help each other out, and then help out deploy my capital to create that, that wealth.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Laura was able to put the ozwizard.ai into the chat. And if you click on that, what it is it's a virtual twin of myself. And what you're able to do is get clear information about all the things ozwizard ChatGPT has in its memory bank. You hit that call button and start having a conversation with it, and you can ask all the crazy questions you want right there for 100% free. I cost money. I am expensive. And so I don't apologize for that so much. Because like, would you want your brain surgeon to apologize for $1 million brain surgery bill? No, why not? If he did a good job, probably not.
But remember this, guys, we're not tax professionals giving you the loops. We can connect you with that too, but
we give you the right questions to ask the tax professionals, and then if CPA doesn't know the answer, it's called finding a CPA. Or give them our book. Give your CPA our book.
Well, the AI, the book, the wizard.
Yeah, we give all that to the CPAs. We really love to give this stuff to them, but they can.
Because each investor is going to have their own proper, they have their own path on how to be able to deploy and also, defer the taxes for each case. So we definitely don't. We go based on how we're going to acquire, how we look at the opportunities, is who do we need to be talking, how we set up everything, the fun and everything, and how to participate into a project. The tax part we don't like to get, because again, they could come back to us and just for liability reasons too. So we focus more on the opportunities and how we can create that, how it's going to be placed into your tax bracket and assets. That's going to be a question for your CPA or whoever's going to be handling all your tax information.
And to understand, like, here's the piece I want everybody to think. For the people who are like, this doesn't apply to me, I invite you to consider, by learning this and digging into this, at some point it actually is going to apply to you. Just like I shared the story about, Laura and I going to that, decades ago, that seminar and learning how to put a hedge fund together. We were so not qualified to be in that room. And we leaned in and learned all the things. And a decade later, it absolutely was relevant. And fast forward multiple hedge funds later, that mattered. So again, this does matter. And I want you to lean in and like really learn it from the standpoint of like, at some point, this conversation is going to come up and you're going to go, wait a sec, I totally understand this, and be able to move the conversation, project all the things forward. So, and here's the other piece. I don't know if you guys shared inside of the book. Again, I want you to understand, like, there's multiple ways and multiple roles that you can play. This is just how my brain thinks. So we have this ginormous 600-page book, but we also have the Chat GPT, which is a major resource for you. This AI wizard that is there 24/7 to have conversations. So say you're in a meeting with somebody, you don't know how to answer it, pull up the OZ wizard, hit talk, and literally invite the AI into the conversation and have a conversation with you and that person or that team. I promise you, it'll blow your mind and it'll answer questions that you never realized. And inside of this, like, maybe you're an investor needing to understand how to invest in AI. Maybe you're a sponsor looking to have your project be a part of opportunity zones. Maybe you're a CPA or, something like that, that now you can take your business to the next level. Or maybe you're somebody who's like, oh my gosh, I absolutely love this, and you want to become a certified opportunity zone advisor. By doing that, that allows you to now go in and partner with sponsors that want to do this, or funds that want to raise capital for this. This is, you become the who that knows how for that, so you can participate and create multiple streams of passive income for you and your portfolio as well. So there's multiple ways to participate in this.
And
So
we want to get Susan to get on a call with us. The best way is actually just come and do a land chart meeting. Watch us. We have our mastermind meet Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Or get on a call with us. We have times on our calendar to have a conversation. So
Susan, we'll put a link in here for you. I'll send you a separate, Laura will send you a separate message to be able to get you taken care of. So we'll get you taken care of, Susan, for sure.
Anybody else have any questions or anything they want to put forward? Because we're about 2 minutes from a break time. And so want to leave people with a good feeling while we take a quick 15-minute break to put some groceries in our throat and some hydration. So
And Cicely's got a question.
I just want to share that. So like when I first started coming on and learning, it was just like a wealth of information, and I just felt I felt overwhelmed, but like each time I come, I get a nugget every single time, and I'm catching it in other conversations. Like I'm noticing land, I'm hearing Pierce the Veil, opportunity zone, like all like this, it's like putting it in my mind. And so when I hear other conversations with investors or mobile home park owners, because my specialty is mobile home parks, and it's development. They developed the land, put mobile homes on, and I'm working with a friend. We ended up doing an LLC, and I understood about piercing the veil, and I understood that you only need one LLC per property. I learned that from Catherine, but it's just kind of coming full full circle. So I just wanted to share that I'm catching a little bit here, a little bit there, but it's building, and it's helping me with conversations. I'm feeling smarter and I'm feeling more equipped to be in the circle, in the rooms. And I realize the value of proximity and how, I'm grateful to be in the room with each and every one of you guys.
Cicely, how do you see this different from a regular real estate transaction? Do you feel like there's been more tips shared just in regular, A to B type of transactions from, because I see it a lot with a lot of my realtor friends, that sometimes they don't think outside of the box. Just, I want to sell a house, let me sell a house. And they're not looking for other ways of kind of creating, or in this case,
Right.
Having more opportunities for their clients.
Mhm.
How do you see this from a regular other courses too that get sold? This is not a course. I'm just saying
Right.
a lot of people sell you courses. Like, come down, and they just kind of give you the overlay, but it's okay. So what do I do now? Do you sell it different than what we do here?
I see a lot of value. I see tremendous value, and I see that being in the proximity with the circle, I see that I'll be miles ahead. I mean, I wish there was something like this 10 years ago. I've gone to so many seminars and events, and I feel like you guys are giving a lot of value. And I feel like it's going to compound. So I definitely see it's different. I see more value, less. There's no sales. I don't feel any sales. I haven't heard any sales. I know that there is programs but it's more value than like when Tommy was talking about impact. I feel like it's such a huge impact of just giving value to people. So yeah, I'm all in. So thank you.
I love it. So thank you, everyone. We're going to go to break. We're going to play a video for you. Well, not a video, it's a podcast that you can listen to about opportunity zones based on all of this. So we'll leave that playing, and then we're going to come back at the bottom of the hour. We're really excited about our next speaker. So we want to make sure that you're absolutely here, cameras on, pens ready to take notes, because again, this next speaker is absolutely extraordinary. You're going to absolutely love her. And yeah, so let me get that playing. Anything else you want to share, Amor?
No, this has been amazing. And I have so many notes. And the great thing is, I feel like we can put our notes in the chat GPT during the break too, if you have any questions. So that's what I'm going to be doing.
So it's this right there.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
Starting from the beginning. Let us know if you can hear this. We're going to test it real quick.
Okay.
So I want you to just imagine this scenario for a second. You spent, I don't know, the last.
Can you hear it?
We can hear. Can everyone see it?
There's no visual.
There's no visual.
It's
Okay, we're just
a
listening.
podcast.
Okay, thank you. I was like, I don't see anything. Yep, we can hear it clear.
Pouring basically every ounce of your energy into building a business.
Right.
Pain, you celebrate with your family.
Now we can't hear. Did you
Right.
change something?
Is
The great paradox of financial momentum, really.
oh six.
Well, so many high earners, they focus entirely on the offense, right? Generating.
So I want you to just imagine this scenario for a second. You spent, I don't know, the last 10 years or so pouring basically every ounce of your energy into building a business.
Right.
Pain, you celebrate with your family, and you feel like you have finally truly crossed the finish line.
Yeah.
But then you wake up a few months later and you realize the IRS is
The great paradox of financial momentum, really.
oh so
Well, so many high earners, they focus entirely on the offense, right? Generating income, scaling assets, driving revenue.
right, making the money.
Exactly. Making it. But they never build what's called a wealth shield. So they hemorrhage just staggering amounts of their capital to taxes. And the truly scary part is they just accept it as inevitable.
Like it's just the cost of doing business.
Yeah. They don't realize the sheer magnitude of the compounding loss until their wealth building momentum has effectively been, cut in half.
Right. And that is exactly the silent drain we are going to fix today, because the sources we are pulling from for this deep dive are frankly truly unique.
Very rare to see this stuff out in the open.
Yeah. We got our hands on an exclusive stack of internal playbooks, strategic slide decks, and a VIP invitation for a highly anticipated 4-hour live event happening tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
Right, Thursday, May 21st, 2026. It's called the Opportunity Zone Summit, and it's hosted by an organization called Titan Impact Group.
And I have to say, it's an incredibly revealing set of documents, because we aren't just looking at, high-level economic theory here.
No, not at all.
These materials outline the exact granular blueprints for how investors are actually meant to execute these strategies in the real world.
Right. So our mission today is to essentially demystify this entire concept of opportunity zones, or OZs, as they're called in the industry.
OZs, yeah.
We want to take you, especially if you are someone who has
always found tax strategy completely overwhelming, which is most of us on a very clear journey today. We're going to move from that very real pain of high taxes to the purposeful action of actual legacy building. Okay, let's unpack this. Where does that pain actually start, like mathematically, for the average entrepreneur or investor?
Well, it really starts with an architectural flaw in how most people manage their exits.
Okay.
The materials we're reviewing, they lay out this concept they call the entrepreneur's tax cycle.
Right.
And when you look at the actual math, I mean, it is brutal. It goes like this. You build an asset.
Right. Yeah. You sell that asset, you get heavily taxed on the capital gains from that sale. And now you have to take that significantly reduced pool of capital and try to reinvest it to keep growing your wealth.
So let's put some numbers to that so we can really see the damage.
Yeah.
Say I have $5 million from a sale.
Okay.
After federal and state capital gains taxes, obviously depending on where I live, I might only be walking away with what, $3.5 million?
Exactly. Around there. So your next investment begins with a $3.5 million engine.
Not a $5 million engine.
Right. And because you are starting with less, your compounding power is immediately crippled.
Wow.
And the cycle doesn't just stop there. When you eventually sell whatever new asset you just bought, you get taxed again.
Oh, man.
Which resets your momentum back another few steps.
It's basically like trying to win a marathon while wearing a weighted vest that just, gets heavier at every single mile marker.
That's a great way to put it. No matter how fast you run or how much income you earn, you are constantly fighting against this massive drag.
What's fascinating here is how these summit materials actually map out the psychological reality of this cycle.
They don't just stick to the spreadsheets.
No, they don't just throw tax codes at you. They outline an emotional arc that investors go through.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it begins with pain, that visceral gut reaction to watching millions of dollars just evaporate.
Writing that check to the IRS.
Exactly. Then it moves to hope, which is a realization that, wait, there are actually structured legal mechanisms designed to protect that capital.
Okay.
And finally, it culminates in purpose, which is where you actively deploy that capital to build something genuinely meaningful.
I love that.
But the core thesis holding this all together is a pretty brilliant realization, which is taxes don't just cost money, they cost momentum.
I really, really want to linger on that for a second. Taxes cost momentum because if you have less deployable capital today, you are fundamentally altering your future. You have to take smaller positions in the market. That slower compounding means your timeline to reaching true, like generational wealth gets stretched out by 10, maybe even 20 years.
Yeah, it pushes the finish line way back.
It isn't just a slice off the top of your current bank account. It is a permanent reduction of your future potential.
Precisely. The government effectively becomes your largest equity partner in every single successful transaction you make.
Right.
But, and here's the kicker, they share absolutely 0% of the risk when you're actually trying to get the project off the ground in the first place.
It's a nice deal if you can get it.
Right. And because of that dynamic, investors naturally start looking for a shield. And traditionally, the shields they've used have been very, very restrictive.
Which is the perfect pivot to the massive legislative shift born from the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the TCJA.
Yes.
This is the moment opportunity zones officially enter the chat.
The game changer.
Yeah, right. And based on these internal playbooks, OZs offer 3 distinct, incredibly powerful tax advantages. Number 1 is tax deferral. Number 2 is potential reduction. And number 3 is the ultimate prize, the potential elimination of future gains.
That's the big one.
So walk me through how these actually work in practice.
Well, let's start with tax deferral because that is the immediate painkiller.
Okay.
When you sell an asset, let's go back to your $5 million example.
Yep.
Instead of handing over $1.5 million to the IRS right away, an opportunity zone allows you to defer paying that tax until a later date. It's currently set around the end of 2026 for the existing rules.
Okay, but let me challenge that for a second.
Sure.
If I still have to pay the tax eventually anyway, why do I care if I pay it today or 3 years from now? Isn't it essentially the same loss?
Not at all. And this is where the math really gets beautiful.
Okay.
Think of deferral as basically an interest-free loan from the government.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Because you aren't paying that $1.5 million today, you get to invest the full $5 million right now. You are earning yields, you're collecting rent, and you're capturing appreciation on the government's money for years before you finally have to settle the bill.
I see. So I'm keeping my momentum completely intact. I'm running the marathon without the weighted vest for like the first 10 miles.
Exactly.
Okay, so what about the other 2 benefits?
So the second benefit is reduction, which historically meant that if you held the investment for a certain number of years, the actual amount of tax you owed on that original gain could be reduced by a percentage.
Nice.
But the third benefit, elimination, that is the true engine of generational wealth.
Tell me about elimination.
If you take your capital gains, you put them into an opportunity zone, and you hold that investment for at least 10 years. Any new growth is completely tax-free.
Wait, walk me through that math.
Okay. Let's say you invest that $5 million into a qualifying opportunity zone project.
Mhm.
Over 10 years, let's say that investment triples in value.
A great run.
Right. It's now worth $15 million.
Yeah.
So you have a $10 million profit.
Yeah.
If you sell that asset after the 10-year mark, you pay absolutely $0 in federal capital gains tax on that $10 million profit.
0.
Zero.
That is staggering. But okay, I have to push back here
Go ahead.
because I know anyone listening who works in real estate is screaming at their phone right now.
I know exactly what they're saying too.
Right. Like we have had the 1031 exchange forever. If I sell a building, I can just 1031 it into another building and defer my taxes.
Yep.
So isn't an opportunity zone just a 1031 exchange with a shiny new name?
It is a very common assumption.
Yeah.
But comparing a 1031 exchange to an opportunity zone is honestly like comparing a bicycle to a bullet train.
A bullet train.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they both move you forward, sure, but the mechanics are entirely different.
How so?
Well, a 1031 exchange is purely a transactional tool.
Mhm.
First of all, it is strictly limited to real estate.
Yeah.
You cannot 1031 the sale of a tech startup or, a crypto portfolio.
Ah, right.
Second, it comes with these intense high pressure timelines.
Right. The ticking clock everyone talks about.
Exactly. With the 1031, you have exactly 45 days to identify a replacement property and 180 days to close.
Which is nothing in commercial real estate.
It's insane. It creates what the industry calls forced reinvestment pressure.
Oh, wow.
People end up making terrible investment decisions. They end up buying some rundown strip mall they don't even want just to avoid paying the IRS.
You are basically letting the tax tail wag the investment dog.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Opportunity zones, on the other hand, are fundamentally an economic development strategy, not just a real estate loophole.
Okay.
They apply broadly. You can roll capital gains from the sale of stocks, businesses, art, whatever, into an OZ.
Wow. Anything.
And that capital doesn't just have to buy real estate. It can fund operating businesses, tech infrastructure, or, workforce housing.
That's a huge difference.
And importantly, OZs reward long-term builders. A 1031 helps you postpone taxes on a quick transaction. An opportunity zone is designed to help you build a 10-year wealth ecosystem.
I think we need to provide some historical context here just really quickly because the government doesn't just hand out tax-free growth for no reason.
No, they don't. And it's crucial context.
Yeah.
Just to be totally clear to you listening, we are examining this purely as analysts looking at capital mechanics.
Right. Completely separate from any political endorsements or anything like
Well,
that.
Exactly. We're just looking at the policy. So if we trace the lineage of this,
Okay. So everybody looks like everybody's back.
Yep, I think we're back. So that right there was a podcast that we generated. If you want to hear more of that podcast about opportunity zones, we definitely want you to sign up for the release of that one. And again, it's just another resource that we're able to provide. And it's an interactive podcast. That wasn't something I demonstrated, but you can actually interact with that podcast that was just playing as if you were a caller to the podcast. It's a lot of fun to play with stuff. So speaking of a lot of fun, our next guest is here, right? And there's so many people here that are stoked up about our next guest. It leads into a lot about what we do. We're talking about, protecting our wealth as we build it, but doing it in ways that are moral and ethical and principled. And the message this morning is really kind of ties into what our next guest is going to be talking about. So without further ado, I want to introduce Hannah Hammond of the Hannah Hammond podcast. And all things commercial brokerage. So the HV Capital is an amazing group, and we've done a lot of work with them on trying to get some deals done. So we are very excited to have Hannah. Good morning, Hannah.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm super excited to be here.
Well, it is exciting to have you. And so let's just jump right into it. Go ahead and give Hannah the floor.
So really quick, I just want to who Hannah is and why you all want to lean into who she is. So Hannah, again, a fabulously, obviously gorgeous woman, young entrepreneur, a woman who's amazing, and where she's come from, her story is amazing. And she's the bank. So she's somebody that you want to know. So her company is HB Capital, and they actually lend on projects. So we're going to make sure you're connected. Again, you want to make sure that you're connecting to the networking app. So if you haven't had a chance to do that, Hannah, everybody, make sure you fill out your information inside of the app, and it connects everybody to everybody even after the event. So as long as all of your information is there. But again, Hannah is somebody who she is the who that knows how. And so you want to make sure that you're connected with her so that when you need funding for different projects and stuff, she is our first person that is our go-to. So again, a significantly important connection inside of all the deals that we do. So without further ado, Hannah, super happy you're here. And thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate that. And yes, I'm the go-to for anything that you need nationwide as far as commercial real estate or residential real estate, fix and flip, investment property financing. We go out and we find the best debt. And usually anything around $1 million up to 100 million plus is what we help with. So today, though, we're not going to be talking about capital markets and interest rates as much as I love to talk about all of that. We can talk offline another date about that. But I'm going to share a story and a journey with you that has absolutely transformed my life. And I am so passionate about it because I know the impact that it's had on me, the impact that it's had on many very, very, very wealthy people that are in my network, including billionaires. And this is a very important message that will allow you to expand your business, grow your business, have the health that you want, have the life that you want, the happiness that you want, and everything that you want beyond just the tactical understanding of real estate and finance and banks and lending and all of that stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and jump right in. And if you have any questions after the fact, just let me know.
Hannah, the sound isn't being shared. So
what's that?
You'll have to stop sharing. And when you come back in to share, there's a button on the right-hand side that says share sound. So we can actually hear what's being said.
Oh, shoot.
That's okay. Just hit stop sharing. Yeah. And then stop sharing.
Stop share. Okay.
Okay. Then share. And on the right-hand side, you have to click the button that says share sound.
Okay. It's blocked out.
Doodles.
Yeah.
You don't have earbuds on, do you?
That's okay. I don't, but that's okay. We can just skip the video. It's
Okay.
not a big deal.
Sorry,
All
honey.
right, perfect. All right. So have you ever hit a goal and after you feel that rush, that dopamine hit that we feel when we accomplish something that we've been setting out for and grinding for and suffering for, it's almost immediately followed by a low low. Like, what's next? And you start to ask yourself, is this it? Is this the feeling that I've been chasing for? And this is what Tim Grover talks about in one of my favorite books called Relentless. He says, so many of us high achievers, we hit a goal and we get this high. And normally we celebrate that high and that dopamine hit in silence. And then it's immediately followed by that what's next and that insatiable hunger for more. And this is exactly how I lived for such a long time. And so what if I told you that way of being, that way of living in what I call force, that grind, that hustle, that suffering, it did serve us and it served you and it got you into this room that you're in today. But what if I told you that way of being isn't going to get you to where you truly want to go? And that there really is another way. There really is another way of being and operating to live in this state of flow instead of force, where you can actually create wealth, you can actually create abundance, you can actually have everything that you want to create in the world. and in your life and in your business and in your relationships, but you don't have to keep grinding and suffering through it. And it doesn't have to be this painful state of misery all the time. And that served us. And we learned so many lessons from the pain and from the grind. And that was a chapter of our lives that is so important for us to be able to expand and grow, but it's not going to get you to your true highest potential in your business and in your life. And so that's exactly what we're going to talk about today, because I now live in this state of what I call flow. And I talk about this with my mentor, who's a billionaire, and other leaders and mentors in my life. And I've worked with and spent a lot of money on coaches to learn how to live in this state. And specifically, I'm going to share the values framework that is so important in order to be able to support flow state. Because when you live in flow state, everything that you want flows to you with so much more ease, including your deals, including your transactions, including your the right partners, the right relationships, and everything that you need to be able to actually create what you want in your business and in your life. So going back to my early beginnings, most people look at me and they think that I had it easy and grew up in a wealthy family and was handed everything as a kid. And that just wasn't the case. I had a very challenging time. My dad worked at a pawn shop making just above minimum wage. I was born here in Arizona. My mom was a night shift grocery bagger, and I had two brothers that were 6 and 8 years older than me. And I was often left at home with them and left to fend for myself. And let's just say it wasn't exactly the safest or most loving environment. And in our home, when you walked in, you could feel the fear and the anxiety. And there was so much scarcity around money, and you can't have that, or we can't do this, or this isn't for you, this isn't for us. And I remember that just being in my bones for as long as I can remember. And I remember a moment. It was summer of around 2003. I'm like 6 or 7 years old, and I'm sitting in the back of my dad's 1996 silver Toyota Celica. It's the middle of summer. It's 118 degrees out, and the windows are rolled down because he didn't want to run the air conditioning because it cost too much money. And I remember my eyes lit up, and I got so excited, and I see those golden arches, those McDonald's arches. And I was like, Dad, can I please have an Oreo McFlurry? And he doesn't slow down. He doesn't look back at me. He goes, no, Hannah, we can't afford it. And that wasn't the first time that he told me no, but that was the last time that I would ever ask anyone for anything for the next 2 decades of my life. And in that moment, something snapped in me. And I realized later on that I had developed some belief patterns that would go on to run my life for the next 2 decades. I believed that I wasn't good enough. I believed that I was a burden, that I was unworthy, that I was unloved, that nobody was going to protect me, and that if I wanted to be happy, I had to be rich. And this served me, and it did, but it was a lot of pain and suffering. And unfortunately, later in my life, I realized that many people live based on these values and these beliefs forever, and they don't ever realize that there's another way because they've never known it. And this was exactly what happened to me. And I realized from the time I was 6 or 7 years old, I just accepted the fact that I was going to have to suffer until I was something else, until I got somewhere, until I reached some destination that I wasn't. And unfortunately had to go through many, 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 many years of pain and suffering. But it drove me. It lit that fire inside of me. And I believe every single one of us has that McFlurry moment, that fire that's lit in us when we're younger. Maybe it was from our parents. Maybe it was a teacher. Maybe it was somebody in school. But somebody maybe told us that we weren't enough, or maybe told us that we couldn't do that, or we couldn't have that, or we couldn't be that. Or maybe we just felt completely invisible, like nobody even cared that we existed. And we internalized that fire, and that drove us and created this insatiable hunger to set these goals and to go change and to become something different, where we said, I refuse to believe that. I refuse to accept that. I'm going to create what I want to create in my life. I'm going to build wealth. I'm going to have peace. I'm going to have freedom. And we keep pushing that goalpost forward, just like I did. And so I became relentless, as I'm sure all of you did too, after your McFlurry moment. I was a straight A student, and this will look different for everyone, but for me personally, I channeled that through success in school. It was the one thing I could control. I got a full ride merit scholarship to engineering school, graduated summa cum laude in 3.5 years. Started my real estate company at 18 years old. I started selling commercial real estate right at 18, sold $1 million property and used that commission to buy my first investment property that I renovated and then turned into a rental. I started building my portfolio. I started 3 construction companies after leaving my engineering job. I started a real estate brokerage, which I still own today. And then I started private lending and then ultimately launched HP Capital, which is a national debt and equity capital advisory firm where we help secure financing for deals. So on the outside, everything looked great. It was, Hannah was doing great. She was smart. She had straight A's. She was buying real estate, and she became a self-made millionaire by 25 years old after coming from absolutely nothing. But on the inside, I was absolutely dying. I was miserable. I was struggling from a really bad eating disorder that I developed from the time I was 14 because my brother made fun of me as a kid and humiliated me in front of all of his friends on a daily basis. I was diagnosed ADD and ADHD and put on 40 milligrams of Adderall at 15 years old every single day, which destroyed my personality, created horrible insomnia and horrible anxiety. I was diagnosed with depression and anxiety and put on more pills at 15 years old, antidepressants, Xanax, you name it. I was diagnosed with it, and I was taking a drug prescribed by the medical system to help combat it. And I was so lost. I was so sick. I was so malnourished. I was so isolated. I was so numb. And the only thing that I had was to channel my energy into work and thinking, if I just become rich, I will feel different someday. But that someday was never today. And so what did I do? What do we do as people? What's the easiest thing to do when we accomplish a goal? My dream was to be a millionaire. I accomplished that goal. And I was like, wow, I did it. And then it was immediately followed by that numbness, by that depression, by that anxiety of what's next? Now what? Why don't I feel fulfilled? Is this it? Well, what do? We set a bigger goal. We just keep going. We tell ourselves these stories of why that goal isn't going to satisfy us and why we need more. And that's exactly what I did. Inflation, $1 million isn't the same as it was when I was 7. I need 10 million now. I got to go get more. So let me just get back to the grind, get back to the suffering and go get more. And when I have $10 million, then I'll be happy. And I ended up joining a mastermind in my pursuit of more money. And I found myself in a room called Life After the Exit. And I was so excited to be in this room. These were entrepreneurs who had sold their companies for tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. They had more. They had what I wanted. They had what I was searching for. The speaker was not talking about how blissful all these entrepreneurs were. The speaker was talking about how suicide rates increase amongst the class that has it all because they no longer have hope. Because at least when you don't have anything, you have hope for a different and better future. But when you have everything and you realize that you just spent 60 years of your life in misery, in pain, disconnected, so focused and just grinding and grinding and grinding. And then you realize you had this big exit and you have $100 million in the bank and you still feel anxious and you still feel depressed and you still feel unfulfilled and you realize you didn't have connection or didn't have great relationships in your life and you sacrificed your health and you sacrificed your family. That's when depression really sets in. And I noticed the pattern in this moment. I saw myself in them in 30 years down the road. And I recognized that I was the common denominator. And Tony Robbins, one of my favorite people in the entire world, he talks about this. He says, successful people are able to recognize patterns, and then they're able to act on those patterns in order to accomplish the things that they want to accomplish. And even more successful people, ones that accomplish true mastery, are able to then create their own patterns in life. And that's what I recognized in this moment, that I was the common denominator. And I said, you know what, Hannah, I am not going to live like this forever. I am not going to just keep moving the goalpost forward, pushing it down the road and accepting that I'm just going to suffer and be miserable for the rest of my life, because I'm not going to do this. I'm either going to jump off a bridge or I'm going to learn how to actually enjoy this crap, enjoy waking up every single day in life. And so that's what I did. I changed my mindset. And for the first time, I invested $10,000 to hire my very first coach. And he told me, he goes, Hannah, if you take one thing from this, live by this statement. The outcome can only be as great as the energetic state in which you initiate the action. So what does this mean? Anything you do, any action you initiate, if you're going to buy an investment property, start a new business, go to the gym, have a conversation with your partner, if you begin any of those actions from the wrong energetic state, meaning from fear, from scarcity, from ego, from guilt, from shame, from any low energy frequency, the outcome's going to be bad. You're not going to get the results that you want. And so the number one priority shouldn't be the tactics of what you're trying to accomplish. It should be maintaining peak energetic state, because when you're in this flow state, the outcomes that you desire flow to you much more easily. And what he taught me was that the actions, the intentions, the energy behind every single thing that I was doing was coming from a very low energetic state. And that is why I was consistently recreating very bad results in my life, no matter how much I was working, and no matter how much I was pushing, no matter how much I was grinding. He taught me this concept of force versus flow. And so force, that intention behind the actions that you're doing, this is grinding. This is pushing a block of ice up a hill. You may look successful on the outside. You may be making money. You may be closing deals. You may have whatever, some of the things that you want in life, but it's a grind. It's not fun. It's white knuckling every single outcome. It's operating from scarcity, and it's attracting more of exactly what you're afraid of. Versus flow, this is the state of alignment. And I used to think this stuff was so woo-woo because I didn't believe in it, because I had never experienced it. I didn't believe that I could actually wake up happy and go to bed happy every single day while also building an empire. Because we're taught that it's either go be a Buddhist monk and desire nothing and you'll feel peace, or be a narcissistic capitalist that's materialistic and you're just a stressed out, angry person that just cares about money. But I challenge, what if we can do both? And I know we can do both because I've been doing both, and I haven't had a bad day in 5 years. And it has not been an easy 5 years, but I have learned to master flow state. And so when you're in this state of flow, think of the last time you were in flow, because we've all felt it, and I had felt glimpses of it. But it's where you feel that time flies by. You're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe, like if you're with a friend at lunch and you're just deep in conversation and you're enjoying the conversation, and all of a sudden it's 3 hours later and you're like, oh my gosh, right? And you have this great connection and you're flowing. Or think of Michael Jordan when he's on the court and he looks like he's shooting every shot with such ease, like it's just simple. He could do it in his sleep. That's flow state. It's presence, it's connection. It's where you're operating in your zone of genius, where you're getting all of the outcomes that you desire and it's flowing to you with ease. The right people find you, the right team members, the right partners, the right friends, the right spouse, the right doors open, the right deals appear and are brought to you. And you get to build and you get to create big things, but you're not building from a place of scarcity or lack. You're already home. You already are whole. You already have everything that you desire. And now you can create more from a place of abundance and realizing your highest potential. And so as I started to live in flow state, he taught me some tools to be able to live in flow state. First thing was awareness of my energy. I didn't even know how miserable I was every single day. I just knew I was. And so he taught me to set these alarms on my phone, to do energy audits throughout the day, and start to write down who and what fueled me and who and what drained me, and start to cut out everything in my life that drained me. If it was a task that was required for my business that I really didn't like to do, I delegated it or I removed it. If it was a relationship in my life or a client that treated me like crap and we weren't aligned, I let go of it, regardless of the money involved. I was engaged at the time that I hired this coach. And unfortunately, I couldn't be in flow state around my fiance, and I let go of it. And so that is how focused I was and how committed I was to maintaining my peak state no matter what. But what I found is I kept getting knocked out of flow still. I still was making some bad calls on who to work with, who to partner with, what business to do or what activities to do. I still was getting knocked out, and I had to do a lot of energy resets, where that just means you get knocked out of flow and then you got to reset your state by doing things that make you feel excited, like calling a friend or going for a walk or whatever those things look like to you. And so I went on a quest to figure out, how do I really live in flow state every single day, 90% of the time? Because if you're on your deathbed and you realize, you look back at your life and you can honestly say that you lived in the state of flow in what I call the green zone 90% of the time, then how could you ever have any regrets in your life? Because if you can honestly say that, then it doesn't really matter what you did or didn't do on paper. It matters how you felt and the connection that you had in the moments that you shared. And so I ended up joining another mastermind. And this is where I met one of my mentors who's a billionaire. And he used to be a billionaire in his 40s. That was 350 pounds, smoked multiple packs of cigarettes a day. He was alcoholic, a food addict, had a failed marriage, and had horrible failing relationships with his kids. Yet he had $1 billion. But now, when I met my mentor, he has a long-term, amazing marriage. They're like more in love than anyone I've ever seen. He has an amazing relationship with his kids. He's as healthy as you could possibly imagine. He travels the world, has a huge impact, and he's actually happy every day. And he still has created $1 billion of wealth. And so I said, how did you create this? What advice, what is the number one piece of advice that you would give to someone who wants to create a life like you have created, who is truly wealthy in every single way? And he said, Hannah, you have to live by your core values, and you cannot waver on them no matter what. And he said, what do you stand for? What do you stand against? Do you even know? And in that moment, I realized that I really didn't know. I mean, I knew I must be, we all live by a set of values, whether consciously or subconsciously, but I wasn't intentionally living by my values. And I've heard of company values. We all have company values. And what's your business values? But do we actually put in the time and the effort and the commitment on our personal ethos, what we as individuals personally stand for and what we commit to in our lives? And he connected me with his coach who helped him transform his entire life, named Rich Christensen. He's very expensive. He works with many of the wealthiest family offices in the world. He's a very successful entrepreneur, multi-millionaire, has built and sold dozens and dozens of companies. And he realized that many of the richest people that he met were the sickest people. And he told me when I started working with them, he charges $40,000 or $50,000 to work with them for 2 days. He told me, he goes, money is not wealth. Wealth means we are well. And he said, in order to live in flow state, in order to create what you want in your business and in your life, in order to realize your highest potential, you have to know and live by your core values. And he took me through this exercise called the Values Blueprint, and how to build a life that compounds into massive wealth and inner peace and happiness. And so I'm going to share some of this values blueprint with you today. And before we discovered what I stood for, he had to help me understand what I stood against, or what I was committing to stand against. And so many of us are operating by values subconsciously that are driving our life. And he said we have to consciously make a decision to throw certain values away. And these are called trash can values. And these are the beliefs that you inherited, probably from your parents and their parents and their parents, because we haven't always lived in an abundant world. It's been a very tough world of fight or flight and survival, and that's in our bones. And that's what I realized, is I was still operating from values of fear, guilt, shame, scarcity, negativity. Do any of these sound familiar to you? Where are you maybe still operating from some of these? And I knew, as long as he told me, as long as you keep operating from these values, you're going to continue to attract chaos into your life. And these are not your values, these are your cage. And only once you are aware of them can you choose not to stand for them. And so now everyone close to me in my life, I've told them, these are my trash can values. If you ever hear me talking with the energy and the intention behind these types of values, check me, tell me right away, because I know it's going to create chaos in my life. And so I have my group of people that even hold me accountable so I can have that awareness constantly. And then we did deep values work, and I realized what my set of personal values are. And these are going to be different for everyone. But we really had to determine, what do I stand for and what do I refuse to waver on? This means it doesn't matter how big the opportunity is of this transaction. It doesn't align with my values. It doesn't matter how much revenue this possible employee is going to add to the company. It doesn't align with my values. It doesn't matter what the potential upside of this business opportunity is. The partner doesn't align with my values. And that level of clarity allows me to sleep so well at night, because I'm no longer looking at any decision from the transaction value. I'm only looking at it from, is this aligned with my values, and is this person and is this thing? And if it's not, the answer is no. And so some of my values is flow, not force. I protect my energy like it's my greatest asset, because it is. I know if I'm living in force, everything will be chaos in my life. And as long as I'm in flow, everything and everyone that is meant for me will come to me, because it's proven itself to me time and time again. 1% better every day in every way. I'm obsessed with the art of becoming, of getting better every day, not only in my business, not only my wealth, not only in my impact, but in my health and my relationships. Radical integrity. I'd rather lose than lie a million times over. I always speak the truth, and when I don't, when I exaggerate or when I embellish, because I'm human and I do that, I have the awareness to check myself and to be honest and upfront of, hey, I wasn't fully honest in this moment. Extreme ownership. I'm the author of my life. I don't point the finger. I don't blame my mom or my dad or my brother or my boyfriend or my team. I am the common denominator. I am the author of my life. I focus on what I can control and what I can do different and better to show up the best I possibly can for myself and for everyone around me. Generous, fair, and kind. I operate with an abundance mindset. I give freely. I give openly. I share everything with those out there. I believe a rising tide rises all ships, and I'm committed to being that tide. Faith over fear. I trust in God's plan that is much bigger than my own. And while I plant the seeds in the direction of my true north and take accountability for my own actions, I also trust in a plan that is much bigger than mine, and trust in the timing that may not always be on my timeline. Healthy body, mind, and spirit. I don't sacrifice my health. I exercise daily. I fuel my body with healthy foods. I spend time with meditation and prayer. And mission driven. I learned this from my dear friend and mentor, Robert Kiyosaki. He said his last piece of advice when I asked him on our last podcast, he's almost 80 years old now. He said, follow your spirit's mission, not your ego's mission, not your mom's mission, not your husband's or wife's mission, your spirit's mission. What is your spirit calling? And so these are those, and he teaches me that you have to charge them with a mantra. So as you can tell, like all my values, they're charged. There's energy behind them. It's not just integrity or accountability. It means something to me. And then also a doctrine. I'm not going to get into the doctrines today because we're almost out of time here. But here's an example of a doctrine. It tells you how to actually live by that value so you can audit yourself. So my value, flow, not force. My doctrine, and I read these every single day to make sure that I'm actually living by them. I live my life by aligning the values in all areas of my life. I courageously face the storms that face me. I don't force things, but allow all areas of my life to flow to me. I protect my energy at all costs, and the right people and the right doors are attracted to me. So that's just an example of a mantra and a doctrine that you can really charge your value so you have clarity on what that means to you, because radical integrity is going to mean something different to every single person. So you need a really guiding principle on what that means to you. And then the really fun part with this is then you can do value screening. So once you know your ethos, once you know what you stand for, this I use every day in my business and in my life. With every relationship, every opportunity, every interview, everything, I use value screening. And so you can come up with screening questions for each one of your values that helps you uncover somebody else's values through normal conversation. Because obviously, if you ask a potential teammate or a potential business partner, what are your values, or do you value integrity or any of that, they're going to say yes, right? But you have to actually uncover the real values in someone through conversation. So just an example, you could say, tell me about your biggest win. And if the person you're asking goes on and on about themselves for 10 minutes and doesn't ever share any credit about someone else or their team or their partner or their mentor, you could pretty quickly understand that one of their core values is not teamwork. Now, you might not be hiring for that, and that's okay, but this is just an example. You can create these screening questions for all of your values so you can uncover these in your relationships before you actually get into the relationship, and then realize a year later that their values are completely misaligned, and then you end up, the relationship fails, and the opportunity fails, and it costs you time, money, energy, and all the things that you can never get back. And because Chris Voss, another friend of mine and one of my favorite authors who wrote Never Split the Difference, he said the success or failure of any relationship comes down to an alignment or a misalignment of your values. And so if you already know that going in, then the most important thing is to make sure you only enter relationships where your values are aligned. So now what I live by is, if it's not a hell yes, it's a hard no. And I used to struggle so much with making decisions. Is this the right move? Is this the right person? Is this the right opportunity? Is this the right marketing strategy? I was so confused. I was so conflicted. And now I know if it's not a hard yes, a hell yes, it's a hard no. And I sleep like a baby at night. And I used to not sleep ever for many, many years. And when I committed to my values, everything in my life changed. My bank account grew like crazy. My businesses grew like crazy. My personal brand, my podcast. I started speaking. I started my Rolodex. I mean, I have personal relationships now with people that I could have never even dreamed of. My mentor, Robert Kiyosaki, whose book changed my life when I was 13 years old, ended up living 6 minutes away from me and becoming best friends with me and mentoring me in real life. And I didn't even pursue it. That's what flow looks like. When you live in alignment with your values, everything that you want, even the things you don't even know you want yet, everything that's meant for you will flow to you. And now I truly feel happy and connected and aligned 90% of the time or more. For me, it really is more. Sure, I still have storms. The real estate market's been brutal. Business is tough. I've had startups. I've had failures. I've had relationships start and fail. But now that I live in alignment, the storms are not so big. And even when they are big, I can get through them without letting them break me. I can get through it without feeling that same pressure and that same stress and that same strain and that force. And this is how you actually create huge wealth. Because who do you have to become to have $100 million? Because the person you have to become to have 10 million or 100 million or a billion or a million, whatever that is for you, it's a different person at each level. And you have to become that person in order to earn that. But just know that the money is never going to change how you feel inside. So you have to build from a place of love and abundance and flow. And so I got to wrap up here, but everyone, if you could please pull up your phone and scan this. This is my Instagram. It's got the links to my companies and websites and all that, but I'm happy to share my values workbook with you if you would like. I also just put up on here a quick, easy AI values exercise that you can do. Of course, and if you really want to do deep values work, I'm happy to connect you with my coach who, will absolutely change your life. But just connect with me, shoot me a message, and just if you want to do it with your AI, you can navigate with AI and figure out what you stand for and what your personal ethos is. And so I truly believe that we really only have one decision in life. And it's not what property to buy, what loan to get, what person to hire. It's, do I choose to live a happy life in flow or an unhappy one in force? Thank you.
Like this is air applause. Like everybody do that if you want to give applause.
Send her fire, send her hearts in the chat, Hannah. Again, so many reasons. The very first time we sat down and had lunch, completely fell in love with you. Is everybody not in love with this extraordinary human being? Like, oh my goodness. Yes, yes, yes. Everybody needed to hear this today, Hannah.
Thank you,
was
Catherine.
truly extraordinary again. And I just appreciate you sharing again that you've been through the hard times, you know, and you still have them. There's just a different way of still continuing to move through them and not be taken out by them and staying in the flow state. Like,
Right.
again, you're just an extraordinary human being. And we have so
Oh,
many
thank you.
amazing things that we're going to be doing together. So I'm really excited.
hoping- Yes, we're really hoping that Hannah's going to join us on stage December 1st through the 4th. We've got the live event coming to Scottsdale. It's going to be the live Scottsdale Summit. It's going to be the largest networking event in the country. And we're going to be putting investors with entrepreneurs. We're going to put deal makers with deal breakers. Hannah's a deal breaker. Like, I love if it ain't a hell,
Hell
yes,
yes,
it's a-
no.
So right there, like, that has become my new mantra. I want a hat. I want a t-shirt with that on it. I'm gonna put it on a flag.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You know,
It's
like
amazing.
call banners.
It makes life so much easier and business so much easier. It's just like, yep, well, you know, speed to decision is such a critical aspect of success. And if you're just, you can't, you know, I always say I can tell how successful someone's going to be by how long it takes them to order on a menu. Like, if you can't just make decisions, right? And so if it's not a hell yes, it's a hard no. It just makes it so much easier. You don't have to second guess yourself because you know, if you ask yourself, if someone put a gun to your head, you have the answer. And so that's how I think about every decision in my life.
No, it's freaking amazing.
Extraordinary.
That's amazing. So we'd love to have you at our live event in December. So please make some time on your calendar for that one for us, because we would love to have you in the room and bring that flow. Bring
Yes,
that flow to the show.
always. You know it.
Awesome. Awesome. So thank you so much, Hannah. And so now what we'd like to do is if anybody has any questions for Hannah,
Or a takeaway. Can we have
Yeah,
takeaways?
takeaways.
too?
Yeah. What's one thing you're going to take away as an action item
Yeah.
based on what Hannah just shared?
I
Because
just told you mine.
so many gold.
I just told
We're
you
going to have banners and flags now.
banners and flags that say, if it ain't a hell yes, it's a hard no. And I'm gonna have like, see you, thumbs down like that. Like that. Boop.
Well, I have a takeaway, a notice, and a question.
Perfect.
But it all ties together. So I find myself a lot, especially after hearing your presentation, that I do find myself into that almost force mindset, which comes from a scarcity mindset. Like, oh, like you don't know if you'll get this opportunity again, like you better grab it, you know, force it. So whenever you find yourself getting, or whenever you found yourself getting into that state, what's the number one thing that would switch you into that abundance flow mindset?
The most important thing, everything stems with awareness. Because if you don't have the awareness, then you can't change it. Right. And so if you're just subconsciously operating from force and you're subconsciously making decisions because that's how you've always made decisions, because we're human and we all naturally make decisions from a state of scarcity, then you can't change it. But if you start to do these audits, these energy audits. So when I was learning this practice of energy audits, I would set alarms on my phone literally every hour and just check in with myself. How do I feel? What am I doing? Who am I with? Is this making me feel expansive or contracted? And so if you realize when you're thinking about a decision and you feel contracted, you feel nervous, not the kind of nervous like it's new and exciting, but the kind of like, this doesn't really feel right or whatever, you can tell, okay, I'm in a state of force right now. I'm operating from scarcity, and this isn't how I choose to operate anymore. And then you get yourself back in that flow state. Like for me, I go for a walk outside, or I listen to high beat per minute music, or I go get a workout in, or I eat a snack, or I call my friend that always makes me laugh. I just get myself more grounded, or meditate for a few minutes and just breathe. And that's where that peace and that silence, you'll know the right answer. And then you go back to, if it's not a hell yes, it's a hard no. So you know, if you have the awareness, then you can change it before you actually commit to the decision.
Okay, thank you so much. I love the reminder idea. So I'll set that.
Perfect.
I kind of wanted to give a little takeaway on, based on how you were employing, you know, the flow of things, and I think I fell into that type of flow when I had very high expectations of, like in this case, you know, I wanted to be we created a professional soccer team, right? But I was operating out of scarcity and fear at the same time, because I just went through a separation with the mother of my kids, and I think I was carrying that over into this huge project that I created. And, and we created something from nothing, from a landfill, became a, number 3 team in the nation. And then we were kind of seen as a team to come out of Phoenix as a new MLS expansion team. But what would you say, that, I don't know if you want to say, what transitions can you make in that aspect for those upcoming, for those people that are going to have those opportunities coming forward? Because I know what I went through, and I think I never understood why I was kind of this close, I guess, of making it into a huge, or being successful in that project. And it was hard for me to kind of understand, like, why is this happening to me every time I create a big project, and I'm this close on cashing in, if you want to call it. And just I wasn't understanding what can you tell, people that are kind of going through this flow, to kind of make that transition into a positive one, and hopefully, be able to save that project, and and be successful in it.
Yeah, and I think it's shifting to the abundance mindset is you either win or you learn. If something fails, it's a learning lesson. And that's how you grow and that's how you develop wisdom. And I failed at my I failed so many times. I mean, that's what we do. That's how we learn, right? We fail and we get that real life experience. But it'll save you so much more time from continuing to repeat the failures. Because I did that. I had the pattern. Start something, fail or quit because I'm miserable. Start something, fail or quit because I'm miserable or whatever, right? And I recognized the pattern. That's what I was talking about. But the reason was I didn't even know why I was doing it. I was doing it because I was afraid. I was afraid to be broke. I was afraid to be insignificant. I was afraid. But when you get very clear on your values, who are you? Who is Roman? What do you stand for? Why are you doing the things that you're doing? Why are you starting this business? Why do you have this goal? And is that intention, that why, truly coming from a place of abundance, truly coming from a place of passion, of love, of your gift, of your zone of genius? Or is it coming from a place of fear, scarcity, ego, survival, etc.? And if it's coming from that place of fear and scarcity, you're not going to last. You're going to get burnt out because you can only grind so hard before you will literally die. Like your body will shut down and you're going to be like, this is not, I'm not enjoying this. This is miserable. I hate this. Here's a new shiny object that's making me feel excited right now. I'm going to abandon this and I'm going to go for that new shiny thing, but it's still the same intention. Correct. It's just you're following that dopamine. So you have to get so clear, and it's challenging because there's lots of opportunities and there's lots of directions we can go, and we grab onto something. And, real estate for me is a vehicle. Do I love talking about interest rates and capital stacks? Not really. Like, I don't really care, right? But it's a vehicle for me to be able to share this message that I care about, to be able to build wealth, to be able to make an impact, to be able to change generations, to be able to have freedom, financial freedom. And so that's why, and I do love, like, I love it, but, but it's not like it's like follow your passion, meaning the things that light you up. And so in your business, you don't have to do all of the roles in your business. You hire out the things that drain you, because if you force yourself to do all the things that drain you, you're never going to last. And so that's where another thing is, like, do what you do best and hire out the rest. And that's what I started doing, even with small amounts of money. I started hiring $4 an hour VAs when I was getting started on Upwork to help do some of those things that weren't my zone of genius. But yeah, I think that it all comes back to your intention and your values and having the alignment there. And if you start anything without that alignment, it's going to recreate that chaos and you're going to end up failing in that endeavor again.
Definitely. Thanks.
This is absolutely extraordinary. I know, Hannah, we could sit here and spend the next 8 hours all talking to you. So we are going to have you come back for the in-person event in Scottsdale. So everybody, make sure that you get yourselves registered, save your seats, because again, the proximity is power. Could you imagine, like, this short period of time of getting to be with Hannah here? Imagine being in an actual physical room with her. Like, truly extraordinary. So Hannah, I love you, so deeply grateful for you, and so many more things amazing to come. So thank you. Everybody, give her some love in the comments so she can see all the love and the fire, and amazing. Hannah, as always, everything you do absolutely makes a huge difference for everyone. So again,
thank you so much, everyone.
You're incredible. We love you.
Love you.
And so, Amor, you want to introduce our next speaker?
Yes, I'm just pumped, and I think I have those little sparkly things on my face as I was listening
Hannah,
earlier.
the sparkles are tears. So you moved a
Oh,
lot of people to tears today. So this was awesome. I
thank
hope
you.
you read through the comments and see like everybody needed to hear
All the
this
stuff.
message.
Thank you.
And
I'm
it's
reading
so
them now.
like, wow. And the great thing is, Catherine, too, when I think about VIP, like, did you get to get this and listen to this? Because I know, like, so much of this stuff, even from this morning, I'm gonna have to listen to again. So I'm so excited about that.
I was so moved by what Hannah said that if we get people signed up to the live event in December, like this is a gift that we're gonna give them when they sign up. Like anybody who signs up for the live event in December is it's gonna get the entire
Oh, that's
three-day
amazing. Yes,
event.
yes. It's life changing, life changing. So next we are going to meet Miss Natalie Collier. And one, I just met her. I don't think it's even been a month. So this is just the amazing thing about just amazing people who are willing to give their time and share about their experience so we can learn. And so I'm so excited to bring Natalie to our virtual stage at the summit to just be able to share more about her experience with Opportunity Zone, because as we talked about, there's so many people who have not heard about it, but she's been doing it for years. She has been focused on really providing affordable housing. And so she's in the sunshine state of Florida. So we are just excited to learn from her and just hear her story a little bit. And like, how has this journey been, and what have you invested in? And just love to hear your experience, Natalie. Welcome her. Please give her some little hearts and love for spending just a few minutes with us this morning.
Hello, hello. Good morning to a lot of you. It is afternoon for me over here. I am in Jacksonville, Florida. Thank you again for inviting me, Amor and Victoria. Like Amor was saying, I just met these wonderful ladies, but I am really excited. Thank you too, Hannah. I did not know I was in for such a treat. It was just really motivating, and I am happy to be attending today. So again, my name is Natalie Collier. My company is NC Solutions Group, and NC Solutions Group is also a consultant for Opportunity Zone America, LLC. So just a little background about myself. I went to school for psychology. Career-wise, I've been a case manager. I've worked with foster children. I work with members in the geriatric community. I was a therapist for 10 years for children involved with the Department of Juvenile Justice. But I found my calling in 2018. I was a case manager at a small mission house in Jacksonville Beach, where we worked with the homeless population, or better known as housing insecure now. Then I became a supervisor, and then I became the program director, and affordable housing became my jam. It became my ministry. It became my passion. And so at my time at the mission house, I was able to raise $350,000. And with that fundraising activity, we were able to house 20 families, and we housed them completely, from curtains to furniture to paying their utilities for 12 months, paying their rent for 12 months. And this was based off of the Housing First model. It is very difficult to look for a job, attend school, even go to the doctor, if you're focused on where you're going to lay your head every day. So the housing first model is basically there's no prerequisites. You don't have to take classes. You don't have to go to drug rehab. You just have to have a desire to be housed. And that's what we did with that community during COVID. Everyone was, concerned with the 6 feet and staying inside and being healthy, but there was nothing for the homeless community that would just be outside. So if they got COVID, what happens to them? Yes, they can go to the emergency room and some of them may be admitted, but what happens once they are discharged? So we created a COVID shelter so that all of the hospitals, homeless facilities could refer people who had been tested positive for COVID. They would come to this hotel and stay 2 weeks. We work with them around the clock. We check them every 4 hours for their symptoms, whether or not they needed to be readmitted to the hospital. We tested them. And during this 2 week period, we also looked for stable long-term housing so that once they were discharged and they were no longer positive, they also had a place to go. And so during this time, which was about 6 to 8 weeks, we were able to take care of 75 individuals, and we were able to find 73 of those individuals stable housing upon discharge. After that is when I was introduced to Opportunity Zone America, and I became a part of that company in 2022. So with Opportunity Zone America, there were 2 investors who pooled their resources and purchased 20 residential properties in Jacksonville, Florida. Excuse me, 200 residential properties in Jacksonville, Florida, and 100 vacant lots. And my purpose was to create affordable housing opportunities using these residential properties. So the first housing opportunity that we created is home ownership. So after remodeling these houses, we would rent them out to people in the community. And if they express a desire for home ownership, we would make that happen by using seller financing. So they would get a very competitive rate as far as interest rate. I think right now we average between 4.5 and 5.5%. We remove barriers such as the 20% down that they may be required to with other types of loans, and also the credit requirements. So this allows our tenants to actually own the home that they live in while they're preparing to qualify for an FHA loan or a conventional loan. And the home is still actually theirs through the seller financing, unlike a rent to own or lease to own agreement. So that is one of the ways where we were able to allow our tenants to become homeowners quicker using the seller financing, where we are the bank and we hold the note. Of course, we also have rentals. We do rent to HUD, or Housing and Urban Development. And in that program, there is the Section 8 program and the HUD VASH program. So with Section 8, tenants who qualify have a voucher, and that voucher amount is paid directly to the landlord. Well, I don't know if you all know this, but the local HUD offices also have discretionary funding. This can be used to make homes ADA compliant. They can use these funds to help the tenant pay security deposits. utility payments, and they can pay for furniture, U-Haul rental. So it's a multitude of things that can be used to allow these individuals to move in without such a financial burden. HUD-VASH is Housing and Urban Development Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing. So these are HUD vouchers specifically for our veterans. And this also comes with discretionary funding. And again, these vouchers, these payments are made directly to the landlord. And sometimes individuals who are on HUD can get a bad reputation, but I will say from personal experience, I really enjoy Section 8 because it's guaranteed money, and for the most part, our tenants who have these vouchers take pride in their home, and they really are really great tenants all the way around. So I would definitely recommend that if you're looking into renting properties. Another type of rental that we provide is to other organizations, nonprofits who have sober living homes, transitional housing, even short-term housing. And what we do is we partner with these organizations, for example, for transitional housing, where they may be, their residents may be individuals who are returning citizens, and they rent out the rooms to these individuals. And of course, it is an organization, it is a business, so they are looking to make a profit as well. So we do offer lower rental rates to these organizations, especially if they rent more than one property. We do offer home ownerships to these organizations as well if they would like to own the property and continue to have this particular type of resident in the home. We also have created a program for these types of organizations. So we go from structuring your business all the way to moving in your first tenant. So we actually do the hand holding for individuals who have this type of organization and they want to know, okay, well, where can I find these tenants? How do I find housing? How do I furnish it? So on and so forth. We do offer that. We do have several agency partnerships here in Jacksonville. It's probably about 50 community agencies and churches. We have the Veterans Affairs is one of the big ones. We have a domestic violence agency that we work with, and we work with churches and other nonprofit emergency assistance agencies such as the United Way and Catholic Charities. And these agencies may provide 1 month's rent for a family where maybe the breadwinner has lost their job. They may provide move-in expenses. They may help with utilities. It's a multitude of things that they help with. But when a potential renter comes to us and they say, okay, well, my church wants to help, or I am a domestic violence victim and they're going to help me with my security deposit, we are always willing to work with these agencies and build partnerships and relationships with these agencies. But the majority of our tenants are everyday working citizens that just want to be able to afford their rent. So our rental rates are most times a bit lower than the average rental rate in that area. We do offer seasonal move-in specials. If it's back to school time, we may offer a lower rent rate. It might be a $500 special because everybody's getting the kids ready, or it might be Christmas and we do a move-in special, but we do offer that for those individuals who may not qualify for any type of agency assistance. Our current tenants, if they are tenants who have gone the entire length of the lease and have never made a late payment, they get a gift card, a thank you, and their rent is not increased. Even if we see an increase in property taxes or anything like that, we do not pass that on to our tenants because we want our tenants to continue to stay. Our tenants also get a thank you if they refer another tenant. So if they have a friend or a coworker and they call me and they say, hey, Susie referred me, if that person moves in and stays after 90 days, the tenant that referred them gets a little treat, gets a little financial blessing, so to speak. So we do often get our new tenants by word of mouth. We also had 100 vacant lots. And what we did with those lots is we bought modular homes, also called prefab homes. These homes are built in warehouses. There are about 1,300 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. And we bought them wholesale because we bought about 20 of them. And they were about $65,000 a piece. And when we sold them for about $260,000 a piece. So $260,000 for a 4 bedroom, 2 bathroom home is pretty affordable in this day and age. And then it also allows us to make a profit as well. So we continue to reach out and develop partnerships and relationships. And again, like my purpose and my goal is to really just increase the level of home ownership, not just in Jacksonville, but everywhere, and provide rental rates that are actually affordable so that people can actually pay their rent, pay their utilities, pay their car note, and still have money for food or activities with children and so on and so forth. I believe that is very, very important. And I do still stick by the housing first model. So I am actually in partnership with United Way. United Way here in Jacksonville has an affordable housing initiative, and I was awarded $1.5 million to build homes in partnership with United Way. We actually break ground in July. And then after that project, I am slated to be awarded $3.5 million to provide rehab services and basically build up these communities and provide more affordable housing opportunities. One last thing for our renters, another thing that we do just to make sure that they have safe, comfortable, stable housing is we provide lawn care service every month, pest control service. We do AC checkups. We change their filters. And then we also have a packet that's about 35 pages that we give to each tenant. And it just has community resources if they need help enrolling in insurance, if they need mental health services, if they need free vet services for their dog. It's just we try to provide wraparound services because I do come from the human services background, but we really want the people in the community to thrive and be successful. And so far, I feel like we have made an impact on the community, and I look forward to continuing to do so.
Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness, Natalie. Just to hear how many opportunity zones you guys were able to have is, and just what you did with them is so amazing. Um, like and the impact you continue to have in Jacksonville. Are there any questions? Because I feel like this was a real life example of like really changing a community through opportunity zones. So any questions that people have
No,
about the work?
I appreciate Natalie coming on and talking. My question to this is like, how can we rinse and repeat this? How can we bring what you're doing there to other metros? Jacksonville, for example, I know has got the most concrete per capita of any city in the entire country. I know that because I'm in development.
Right.
What can we do to bring your plans to the forefront with other communities that need stuff like this?
I think the first thing would be to identify the communities and then identify the areas. Like again, the opportunity zones that we have were already identified when I came on, but using the opportunity zone model, we were definitely able to benefit from all of the tax benefits. So first identifying the communities and then identifying the agencies and the individuals in the communities who would like to partner, because even though I'm the only one local in Jacksonville, the investors are not in Jacksonville.
Tell them where the investors are from, Natalie. Tell them where the investors. Okay.
So
Where are your investors
one
from?
investor is between Aspen, Colorado and Hawaii, and the other investor is in between Orlando and China. Not Orlando, I'm sorry, Oregon and China. So they go back and forth, I don't know, maybe 4 times a year, both of them. So I never know where they are in the world. But I am the one in Jacksonville, boots on the grounds, the eyes and ears of everything. And so I think basically identifying agencies, partners who would want to be involved and kind of developing the curriculum, the core for it, which is basically focusing on the needs of people in the community and not so much profit, but the profit does come.
Well, definitely a profit if you're like a modular was 60 and
It was
then you sold it for
65,000.
65 and you sold it for 260.
260.
Like definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. I've enjoyed myself.
Well, and it's a good
Uh,
segue. It's a good segue to our next section, which is going to be about the path of how to get on the path of opportunity zones. And so the path to participation, I hope the people that were hanging out before and had this question are still here. And so we can get that question answered. So
We're managing multiple things, everyone. Are we ready to go?
yeah, well, Roman was supposed to present this, but he's in the middle of a video shoot for Como Ray, his clothing line. So we're gonna go ahead and probably just jump into his
Okay, so we're gonna bring the presentation up.
Yeah,
And
go
I'm
ahead.
getting both of them connected. So hold on just a sec. Um,
All right, go finish. Go finish. We got it. He's got to go finish. He's gonna go finish shooting his TV commercial. So let him go finish that. We're gonna talk about the path of progress while they're doing that. So here in the slide deck we're gonna talk about, Catherine and I, neither one of us really looked at this yet, so we're gonna
we
wing
got
it.
this, but
We're
this,
gonna wing
we
it.
read this every
Okay,
day.
so the path to participation and turning your capital gains into into that wealth building strategy. And as you just heard, Natalie was able to build out 60 homes for you.
Yeah,
Right. That's
amazing.
huge
Truly.
participation. So how do you actually participate? What are the myths about it? So is it for institutional funds only? No. Is it so complex that you shouldn't try to navigate it alone. Maybe a little bit. And so are you only looking for a short-term tax play? If so, these are the ways not to participate. The way to participate is that you come in and you get with a group of people, much like Natalie explained, and you get involved. So
Let me, hold on, sorry,
what do you do?
2 seconds.
What do you do?
It's not doing, it's showing this. and it's
That's
not
okay.
supposed
It's
to.
okay. We've been doing every one of them like that.
There we go.
It's still there. It's not going away.
Okay.
Just hit the button. There you go.
So multiple paths into the ecosystem. So again, like I was talking about earlier, you can be an investor, you can be a developer, real estate professionals, a business owner, an advisor, entrepreneur, or a municipal leader. So again, there's so many different roles that you can play and that you can be a part of inside of this, and continuing to help any of the people who are in any of these roles be able to get educated. And then of course your professional tax accountants, legal, like all of that, they all get to be a part of this as well.
CPAs, brokers, people
Yeah.
that work at the city too, like the city council people really need this book.
Yes.
I won't say Buckeye, I mean the town that like needs this book more than anything, but they screwed up a $10 million deal just based on the fact they didn't
They didn't
understand
know,
how opportunity zones work. So
Yeah, just because they're the city doesn't mean that they understand opportunity zones and how it all works. So being a part of the team that helps educating them is really, really important.
and it's so important because and how we basically create capital gains is through an opportunity, right? And so whether that's business sale, real estate exit, stock appreciation, or even the crypto markets working good for us, what we do is those capital gains come in and we position those into stuff like what was just mentioned, the 60 units, 60 home units being taking care of the housing insecure, or RV resort, or private jet company.
Right. So elevating your existing real estate expertise. So you already understand market appreciation, development, but now opportunity zones is that next layer of the tax optimization, long-term positioning, and then community focused capital development. And again, the more that we do this across the entire country and we link arms and do this together, the bigger the impact that we can actually make as investors. This is our opportunity to do good and do well at the same time.
And so to shift from transactions to an ecosystem really comes through by understanding what what's been talked about already today. Like Hannah talking about how flow is so important, right? Flow is not important when you're just transaction focused, right? But if you're opportunity zone focused, you need that flow. You need the connection between people. So it's not just about about the short-term flips. It's about the long-term builds.
Yeah, and the thing to understand, again, this is like we talked about the tortoise and the hare. This isn't the fast get rich quick. This is the long term, taking a million teeny tiny little baby steps, but it's all connected, and it's absolutely a beautiful thing.
And so the blueprint for that level of participation right here on the slide is explained very well. What we do is we identify the capital gains or the development opportunity. We validate the opportunity zone eligibility. We structure a participation entity around that. And when we do, that's where the money comes in. And then we deploy that capital strategically into stuff. And then there's a strategy of doing this for the fact that there's going to be tax-free gains coming in the future. So that's the whole point of doing it all.
I kind of liken it to being a parent and the decades that it takes to actually raise a child, right?
That would probably keep people from wanting to partake in this.
This is the good part.
We're gonna skip that. I'm gonna say, nope, it's not that great thing.
The friction of the old system, again, it's the complexity that keeps people out of the market, right? So this is why it's really, really important that you have the who's that know how to help keep this clean and understand how this all comes together. So again, this is why I want everybody to be making sure that they're all connected through the networking app that we created, and connecting to each other so that you have all the who's that know how to do all of this. So here's the other piece is that, again, this is a who that knows how. When we created this AI, these AI tools, the OZ Wizard, the book, the GPT, like all of this simplifies, clarifies, and makes it really easy to understand inside of your community or another community that you're looking at being a part of. Like all of it literally is right there. And the most important part is the legislation. It's all built into it to simplify and make it really, really easy and streamlined and seamless for you. So,
All right, so sorry. The one of the core architecture of our wizard, OZ Wizard GPT is that we validate and look for the OZ opportunity zone locations, and we also look for the census tracts eligibility to see if it's eligible to qualify. Now, after our second pillar is to analyze the deals to see how are we going to structure this in the qualify opportunity fund, and the business and the qualifications it's going to take for us to be able to bring in those funds into that particular project. Now, after this, the GPT also assists you with looking at the feasibility analysis. So you're also getting a guidance on the education of what needs to be done in order for you to be actually create and develop the planning and also the participant strategy you're going to be doing in that particular project. All right. Now, this is how we erase the barriers to entry. Before it was specific consultants that you would actually reach out to them, say, hey, how do we get this situated? And it's a sole analysis and it's a fragmented information. Now it's faster education, immediate guidance, simplified navigation, and better accessibility. Now, AI doesn't replace the advisors, it only empowers the participation, and it gives you a clear guidance of what we need to be doing in that particular project if we're going to be taking forward.
And so you can see here that the validation engine in action is that basically and we'll go over this when we do our presentation on it, is that we can enter in a property address. It'll validate the opportunity zone development eligibility and then allow us to explore what kind of property, what's the highest and best use? Is it a car lot? Is it a multifamily unit? Is it industrial space for jobs? And then what it'll do is also help us provide us with a pathway for investors to participate and then turn around and what we can do is then build out the next steps in order to keep the ball moving forward. The real world application to this is a Florida real estate development project. The asset is an underutilized property, such as like an old apartment building. And what we would do is we would identify this in an opportunity zone and then turn around and create workforce housing there with it by doing a massive amount of renovation to it, more than 51%, and turning it into long-term appreciable property that has amazing possibilities with once it's stabilized and secure.
All right, so this is how the evolution. Sorry. So this is how the evolution of smart capital works. Okay. So smart capital is becoming more intentional. So you're intentional with the funds that you're actually bringing in. As you guys see, we see the tax efficiency of how it's going to benefit you for you're deferring your taxes. It's also a long-term appreciation and it's an ethical development. Along with that, you have strategic partnerships as we come in as, we can come in as fund managers to be able to assist you to manage the whole project and how it's going to be, taking place in all the procedures and the processes within the particular project we're taking forward. Also, how does this align with the community? Okay. And with this is how we're going to be getting assistance from. We're going to be getting AI assisted decision making on how we're going to be taking each step into our particular project that we're going to be taking forward.
So the building the path of progress, again, how Titan Impact Group is growing, it's all it comes down to, again, it really quick, leave every person, property, and community better than we found them. So we do that through the ethical development, the long-term community impact, again, workforce housing, making sure it's strategic and it works for everybody involved. So it's the win-win-win. And then of course, the investors, that it's sustainable wealth creation. So you can see what they have done. And this is what this whole program is brilliant. Again, it's all encompassing inside of really opportunity zones while leaving every person, property, and community better than we found them, from the investor all the way down to the, you know, the person living right there. So opportunities are no longer just for insiders because of our AI tools that we've created, the education, the book, the course, everything we've created, and ethical leadership. They're opening the doors for new generation of investors, developers, and wealth builders. And again, I'm super excited about this. So as complex as it sounds like it is, it actually is, creates an enormous amount of freedom that investors didn't have as 1031 exchange investors. And more importantly, you know, like Hannah was saying, it's like, it's all about making the difference and making the impact. And when we make a difference in other people's lives, and not just other people, but communities, that is truly where fulfillment comes from. So that is the end of that.
Yeah, and what I wanted to do is kind of talk more about the fact that
Questions?
you know, what we can do is we can do a demo right now with opportunity with the OZ Wizard, and kind of give people a better understanding of what this looks like. So if we can open up OZ Wizard.
Okay.
Are you going to ask it somewhere? Or are you going to?
You want the GBT or the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Say what, Roman?
Or do we already have something that we're going to be pitching to it, right? As far as.
So here you can see this is the OZ Wizard GPT 2.0. And so what it's found in the GPT box. If you need help finding GPTs, we suggest you come to a Landshark Mastermind meeting. We can hook you up with our training team on that. So
And Laura will put in the link for you to join those. They're every day, Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. Pacific.
That's right. So in the Opportunity Zone GPT Wizard, the OZ Wizard GPT 2.0 knows a lot about both sides of it. So what we're going to do is we're going to dictate to it, because we like to dictate to our GPTs. We'd like to discover what Opportunity Zone businesses or real estate developments are not allowed in Opportunity Zones. And the reason why I ask this question is because a lot of people, they'll spend time trying to figure out what they can do, and then only to find out that they can't do it. And so what we want to do is we want to eliminate the can't do list, because that's actually shorter than the can do list. Anything that's not on the can't do list is available.
Type in the chat.
Do it.
Type in the chat to see what you would think would not participate. Oh, it already came out, but
yeah, it's already here. So you can see here that you cannot participate in commercial or private golf clubs, country clubs, massage parlors, hot tub facilities, sun tan facilities like tanning salons, racetrack or gambling facilities, liquor stores. That's it. The rest is open. So if you can think anything outside of that, it's open. So with that, what I'll do is I'd like to do a little deep diving on our friend that was here just a little bit ago with Opportunity Zone USA. So we just spoke with one of the leaders from Opportunity Zone America LLC, located in Jacksonville. Can you do a deep dive on this company and tell us about their program and how it works? And so part of what we you know, what we did when we built out the OC Wizard 2.0 GPT was we gave it a massive amount of information to sort through, and so sometimes it takes a little bit of time to do that. What it's sorting through is legislation. If you don't know how to read legislative paperwork, then that's what, you know, that's what this is perfect for. So it shows here that the Opportunity Zone America LLC is a Florida real estate property management rental housing operator. And it is a not obviously a public facing qualified opportunity fund platform. So it says that the found public records in the active Florida LLC. And it says that so it definitely is an LLC, but I don't know if they're structured as an OZ fund. Maybe, hold on, let me see what it says. Well, it is validating that they've got the company owns 60 properties and has tenants who were homeless or housing insecure. And so the first and foremost that they help are the veterans, and those rental payments come through a nonprofit organization. So
Well, what I love is that it found that this from a news channel
yeah,
that was reporting. So that's the thing about the AI is that it's going to go out and scrape information from literally everywhere, every source.
Right. And so starting in 2023 and going till now, it's done really pretty well from what it says. What they do is they acquire low-cost residential properties in Jacksonville and then rent those homes to tenants included that are included in like voucher subsidy supported programs and through nonprofit supported tenants. And so the rent is paid by somebody else, not the person that lives there. And then the property manager or landlord operates as a property management company, and they handle, you know, everything in that regard. So the it says here that possibly use Opportunity Zone as a real estate strategy brand, but not necessarily as a verified QOF. So is Natalie still in here? No. Maybe not.
No, I think
What we-
she had to go. She said she had to go look at 6 more lots
Yeah.
for homes.
So to this, you know, to that regard, like we'd want to just, you know, trust what we heard, but verify and validate.
Yeah, and this is just the verification process.
Right.
Right.
And so, right. And so, I mean, it's a good program nonetheless. And so there might be a little bit of confusion as to the Opportunity Zone position, but
So again, if you're looking to work with any, again, if you could tell them what a QOF is.
QOF stands for Qualified Opportunity Fund, and you have to file specific paperwork that is public record, and it says that you're operating a qualified opportunity fund, and that 8996 form is basically the birth certificate to your QOF.
Yeah. So just so because somebody says it's an opportunity zone, you want to verify, trust and verify that it actually is, so that you as an investor get all the tax benefits and advantages. That's super important.
Yeah, I actually know of another fund. They call themselves an opportunity fund, but they do not have any of the opportunity zone tax advantages. So
so be careful for people who are marketing this. You want to make sure that legally they are structured as that, so that you as the investor get that benefit.
an easy way to do that is just ask them if
Ask.
they got an 8996.
Yeah. So there you go. So
If
we
they
all
don't
learned
have one,
something.
that's a birth certificate right there.
So who knew there was a birth certificate of opportunity zones?
There is. So let's go ahead and dictate a little bit more to it. So what we'd like to do now is deep dive and educate ourselves on the best places to start looking for opportunity zone developments. Give us 5 states that in the next, actually, you know what? Scratch that. Go hit the X.
Okay.
I just thought of something else.
Okay.
So there's a bit of a anomaly happening within the Opportunity Zone program between 2026 and 2028, where there's going to be properties from the 1.0 still available for 2.0 money. And there's going to be 2.0 land that's coming online. And so explain this anomaly and how this could be beneficial to developers like Titan 23 and Titan Impact Group.
So you as an investor can actually come in here and have conversations with it about how it would benefit you and, you know, building out what you're looking to build out, and it can poke holes in your plan so that you structure it properly and, you know, understand exactly what you're looking to build out for your portfolio.
No, it says here that the anomaly is explained simply as the fact that there's going to be inventory real estate available from the 1.0 legislation that will be able to be purchased and the investments can come from 2.0 money. So
that's awesome.
That's a huge involved is the fact that there's areas that already have proven track record of being successful. And now they're going to be coming offline because technically they're no longer low to moderate income areas. They worked. It worked.
Right.
1.0 worked. And so they're getting rid of those and bringing on new land to do stuff with.
Yeah.
So I think that's
Tommy,
phenomenal.
let's play along, right? I'm a newbie, learning about this. I'm a capital gain investor. I've got 1031s. Am I able to defer any of the capital gains from, let's just say 3 to 4 years in the past and bring it into the new investment that I'm going to be making into an opportunity zone?
Unfortunately not. There's a 180-day window. So we'll go over that. If you scroll down, we're going to do a case study real quick. And this is another tool you can do. Ready? We'd like to design a case study where my partner Roman has a capital gains event from last year and wants to know if he can get that into the OZ fund now. And then I've got my partner Catherine, who has a capital gains event that's going to occur in sometime in Q4. And I want you to build a case study around how Catherine can invest into the opportunity zone. Put these two side by side in a table so that we can understand all the nuances in a visual form. And so you'll see here that in a side by side case study, Catherine and Roman, Roman's event happened last year. Catherine's is expected to happen at the end of the year. And so scrolling through all this, Roman prior year capital gains is already after the gain event. Catherine is in her pre-event. So her transaction clock starts after she begins that process. So and so Catherine's clock starts the minute she does anything, and that's for 180 days. So when it comes to what Roman has to do versus what Catherine has to do, it's literally like survival versus, versus prophylactic, What? Prophylactic is not a dirty word. Why? Oh my God.
No, it just makes me laugh how you always bring the nursing medical things into this.
Well, that's the way my brain works. I'm a nurse. So I use nursing words. I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's good.
So what it does though here is it explains a lot of the things that Catherine and Roman as investors are going to have to go through. And so you can see here, the first fact to confirm is what the dates were, because it's important for Roman. Catherine already, getting ready to be sold. She has a lot more time to plan. There's the 180-day rule, possible exemptions and flexibilities. Catherine gains will come through a pass-through entity. She may also have an alternative start date option, meaning that she could literally sell the property tomorrow. She might not have to wait till Q4, And what you would do is extend that out all the way to the end of the year. So go down a little bit more. We can see here that the eligible gain types shows that, Roman has to have eligible capital gains, meaning through a section 1231 gain, in order to actually participate. Anything else won't qualify. So this is where it's important to have CPAs that understand this, get involved. And if they don't understand it and you like them, give them our book. Go online, buy the book, give it to
The
them.
book, the GPT, the OZ AI wizard.
I'd rather them just use the book. They can figure the rest out. So in this, you can see that, Roman wouldn't be able to attempt a 1031. He'd probably have to go through some tax filings. And then the best case scenario is that if the gains came through from a pass through, then one of the things he could do is he can restart the 180-day window, if you will. So, and then here it gives timeline examples of what they can and can't do, and when they should and shouldn't do stuff, right? So, and then the narrative version for the case study breaks it down pretty simply, right? So I love the way that GPT works, especially when it's properly trained and programmed for certain things, because it provides very solid, concise, detailed information.
So I hope that everybody's seeing like how simple this simplifies something that is and could be perceived as being extremely complex.
Yeah, because you can have a conversation with it and give it your personal scenario, and it'll bring back information that's useful. Because again, we're not selling you the information, we're giving you the opportunity to take these questions and take these concerns to the professionals, right? I liken it to when I was in healthcare. I don't know how to perform brain surgery, but I sure knew like what the signs and symptoms looked like.
Right.
And I'd be like, hey, doc, this person needs your attention. I never said, doc, this person needs brain surgery, because I'm not the doctor.
Right. So is there anybody who has any questions or comments about this? Or even the little mind blown
Somebody
emoji?
want to play with it a little bit?
And it's good to do the OZ Wizard GPT because it's a visual. If you're a visual learner, you want to see, instead of people just giving you information, you kind of want to see it here, kind of have it store in your mind of what the steps you're going to be taking. That's just a perfect example.
Oh, we can do one more thing with it. Let's do another. We'd like to set up an opportunity zone fund for a business operation. It's going to be a farming operation where we're raising bison to do farm to table. We're going to need to do not only the ranching part of it, but also the meat production side of it. We're going to need some employee housing. We're going to need to buy some land. Give us a case study of what that looks like. How many entities would we need? And what kind of partnerships would we need? This is going to be about a $50 million project, start to finish. We want to buy the animals. We want to buy the land. We want to pay for all the people to work for us and get it up and going. And we want it to be sustainable. So give us all the information that you could with the knowledge base you have. And now's a good time if you want to ask questions as well. To come up and ask them while we're waiting for this thing to cook all the info. Let us know what you're thinking. Amor, you're always thinking something. Come on.
I think I am like so excited to do this. Like I mean, I feel like my biggest question is we're learning about this. Is this more like prepare, like is it creating a strategy for when the next group become available? Is it like, I think that's just what I keep thinking in my head all day is how do I think about this as a strategy?
Well, if you add capital gains, this is how you would strategize it. I mean, instead of trying to put those instead of trying to take those capital gains through a 1031 exchange, you could
Right.
set a fund.
But would I do this now or would I do this sometime next year when that's like, that's what I'm just trying to understand.
What we're encouraging people to do right now is if they have capital gains they have to deploy, is to set that up with a qualified intermediary that understands 1031s and understands opportunity zones. What we do know is that starting August 4th, we can technically take people's capital gains money in after August 4th, and it becomes 2.0 funds. So then you don't
So
have
next August 4th.
this August 4th, like literally
Oh, this in 20.
three months from
Okay, got it.
right.
Okay.
August 2026.
Mm-hmm.
The August 4th date creates 180 days from that date to January 2027 is 180 days from there.
And based on
Okay.
what Tommy is saying is, we definitely don't want you to be making a rush decision on, let me just get my a 1031 fund and put them into without making a diligent, decision,
Right.
wise decision into another investment. Just start rolling the money without having no, no objective. And at the same time, help you out on the back end. We just want you have a lot of the investors coming in at times like, I need to get a house, I need to get something to kind of just get my money, and meet my standards, and you don't want to make those type of rush decisions, because sometimes they might not lead to the best investing decision. And this is probably the best way to kind of do it beforehand, to get it set up in that matter.
And to the point with Roman, you can see here on the shared screen, this is an example of what we were talking about. So we have a project concept that we talked to it about. We have an estimated capitalization of about
Right.
$50 million. And so through this, we can see that the project's big picture is that there's going to be a multi-entity QOF. And so I want to make sure that we kind of go through this, because this is how Monopoly happens in real life. How many people here know how to play Monopoly? Put a 1 in the chat if you know how to play Monopoly. If everybody knows how to play Monopoly, you can figure this out. Super easy. Is you got to have multiple properties in order to buy houses and hotels. You gotta land on the property to own it, stuff like that. So one of the things that we did when we built this opportunity zone GPT was said, look, we want you to be able to understand business too. So we gave it a lot of that knowledge as well. So you can see here, there's a total of 7 entities. One of which, and to which all of them can take in investment dollars. And so you might have people that want to just invest in the land. You might have people that want to invest in the branding company of it. You can see that here. You can have people that just want to invest in workforce housing. That's right there. You can have people that want to invest in meat production. That's right there. And right there. You can have people that just want to invest in the entire fund overall. That's right there. And so you've got 7 entities that come out of this this deal. But at the end of the day, at minimum, you'd need at least 4. You need the QOF, which is the fund. You're going to need then a QOZB, which is the ranching operation. Then you're going to need a QOZB for the food production, and then you'll need a sponsor and management company. So the use of 6 to 7 entities is more for the employee housing and stuff like that. Maybe brand recognition and whatnot, or even maybe having land ownership for everything, so that there's a mitigation of risk from that as well. So do you understand why you would want to have all these different levels of entities? I mean, most funds only start 1. The reason why we have multiple with this is because of the fact that, like, for example, a QOZB stands for Qualified Opportunity Zone Business. Okay, that's separate than the real estate. And so what you would end up having if you had real estate involved is called a QOZB. Hold on. No, QOZBP. QOZBP stands for the business property. And so that would be land and or even just like farm equipment, stuff like that as well. So why there should probably be a QOZB model, not a direct QOF property model, is because of the fact that the investor is going to want to invest into the QOF. and the QOF is going to invest in the QOZB, and then the QOZB then can go out and buy land, buildings, equipment, livestock, processing, housing, whatever. And so what ends up happening is that the QOZB can use the working capital in safe harbor, meaning that it can use the investor's money in a safe harbor situation where it can just spend that money on what's needed to invest into the $50 million operation. So it matters because right here it says that you will not be able to spend $50 million in one day. And so the needed spending of this is going to be needed over time. And so it kind of explains that allocation of that capital: land acquisition, ranch infrastructure, bison herd acquisition, processing facilities, meat processing equipment, storage, logistics, housing, payroll, working capital, branding, sales, e-commerce, compliances, reserves and contingencies. All of that adds up to about that $50 million. Okay. The opportunity zone compliance test is so that each project must meet this in order to validate that it's a QOZB required, meets the QOZB requirements. So you can see here that it's an active trade or business. It has 70% of tangible property located in the OZ business as OZ business property. So we can't like have half of our herd in Montana. It's got to be down here in the opportunity zone area. So 50% of our gross income has to come from and be rooted in opportunity zones. 5% non-qualified financial property limits, meaning that basically if it's not in the OZ, we're only allowed 5% of that to be handled outside of that safe harbor. So this doesn't cover a sin business at all. And that our original use or substantial improvements, being that we're doing a new facility and new equipment and everything, this falls under that. And then again, the working capital safe harbor part, it's right there. So land, how to think about it. It gives us strategies, how we can use it, what the OZ rationale is, the bison herd, why it's important to structure this issue in a specific way, the meat processing side, the USDA side. So we've got companies and examples of this in a couple of ways. But the interesting thing is a lot of verticals haven't done opportunity zones. And so if we become the first ones to do it, what are we then? Not Christopher Columbus. We're the experts. We're the experts. So, but employee housing has its criterias. So I think it's pretty interesting overall, what really can come down. So based on what we talked about, if we're going to do this, this is what the Opportunity Zone Wizard is suggesting that we do. What do we got?
So yeah,
Larry said, pest control and maintenance is something most people will not be able to provide for themselves, but helps keep their dignity intact when provided. That's true. I think there we go. Okay, I was on the wrong thing. Let's go back and look at partner. I got Catherine back in the chair next to me, and what she does is if she's not talking, she bounces around to everything on the computer. So makes it tricky. Anyway, the partnerships needed here show like you need OZ Tax Council, Securities Council, a CPA, municipality and county help. Maybe Roman's available for the EDC part of it. We're going to need USDA both on the state agricultural part, but also the inspector for processing, veterinarians, animal health partners, bison association partners, genetic partners, water districts, utility and energy cooperatives, workforce boards, technical colleges, housing authority, nonprofit housing partners, restaurants, groceries, distributor partners for the meat, conservation partners. and then insurance brokers, senior lenders, and USDA lenders, and the CDFIs. So that being said, gives a little bit of a diagram here and an entity workflow, the governance model, and what, which ones you're going to need to talk to, and then how the working capital safe harbor plan works, and breaking it down month by month all the way out to the 31 month. Yeah. Everything needs to be completed within 31 months. So going this here, you can see that the can the project buy land animals and pay people? The answer is yes, but with structure and documentation to support it. So I'll even show you how to do that. Sustainability model breaks down how we're going to need to be stewards of land, water. We're going to need energy to be at a premium. Water reduction, local jobs coming on board, local housing coming on board, and then how we can make the food safe and educate people on why the food needs to be consumed. So an example here shows the 10-year development roadmap. Underneath that, you've got the investor offering structure, which will show the structuring of how that would look, how that would break down. And then we've got beneath that the major risks. It identifies everything that you need to be watching for. That's project locations, kind of explaining where you want to put stuff. And then here's our case study summary. It explains the impact, the compliance thesis, the strategic advantage, like all these things that are important to investors. Catherine being our primary client investor. So immediate next steps broke down right there. Very simple.
But like I said it before, think of it as a pioneer of you leaving some legacy and creating such a huge impact. Again, you're creating a community to a certain level, or you're helping develop a better community. So that's why it's important that that we follow the tracks, and we're kind of falling under the standard procedures of how the qualified opportunity zones work.
Well, and to that point, Roman, like, again, this is why it's so important to have the who's that know how. I mean, that may have occurred as like, way too much information and daunting. But when you have the who's that know how in each one of those places, it actually isn't that complicated, and can absolutely be done and must be done. Again, when the government got involved and they created this whole opportunity, like I hope you're all seeing, like, you actually have the ability to be a part of shaping this country. That's pretty magnificent.
It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. So we're going to jump over now to our final presentation. If there's any questions, like, let's bring those up and bring those forward right now. Anybody got any comments, concerns, questions?
Is everyone awake?
Going twice. Everybody stand up.
I am. I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
No, shake your booty.
Okay. So there, oh, I didn't know that's what we were doing today. So there's this woman, her name is Terica Lynn Smith, and she kind of built her business around combining affordable housing and opportunity zone investing to attract capital into undeserved neighborhoods. And so like one that she has was in where is this place? I think it's in Louisiana. Sorry. And she kind of like got investors together, and then they like to read. I was trying to think of where. Oh, here it is. It was in Lafayette, Louisiana. And she kind of created her capital equity group. It was called SALT. And then people invested into that opportunity zones or whatever. And it was like a really kind of distressed area and all of that. That, of course, a lot of people were like, why are we investing in this? What are we gonna do? But I just thought it was like a really interesting way of thinking about it. And thinking about how to bring like people together to invest, just like what you're doing. And then one of the things that they also did was like each one of the investors actually they created like these streets, and each one of the investors got to petition and to go through this thing of naming one of the streets and stuff like that. It was a
Oh,
part of
wow.
little thing. So it was just a cute little thing. They did this whole news thing on it. And I just was like, wow, that, just a really strategic way to do development and all of that, while also, getting the tax benefits and all of that. So
I love that. That's really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Again, how cool is like, not Christopher Columbus and, not necessarily pioneers, but definitely a part of creating this country. And again, that
Yeah.
legacy, generational legacy. Imagine you write the story of, hey, your great grandmother or grandfather got to name this street, and here's how it happened.
Right.
You got to be a part of it growing. I mean, that's pretty
Mhm.
awesome.
Yeah, kind of cool.
All right, so let's tie all this together. The so the Titan Impact Group ecosystem, we've talked about that over the last 3 days, and in the last hour that we're together here, in the last half hour maybe, we're gonna talk about why we put all this together. What is the point? So most financial systems sell products, not pathways. So people just don't need to just invest. They need an ecosystem. They need places to go, because without it, you end up with transactional stuff, commission checks, and like, I don't know if you've ever been to a closing where a realtor is just like sitting there like filing her nails, waiting for her check to get cut. And it's like, woman, you didn't do nothing. Like, I've been stressed out for 6 months, and you're sitting over there filing your nails right now. Like, I ain't even getting that. But
It's
the
about long-term relationships and long-term legacy.
just
So we've been
short-term
talking about.
thinking and stuff like that brings there. So
So when you're building wealth with purpose, like, this is the thing I want you to understand. Again, for understanding to help mitigate the 5Ds: death, divorce, diagnosis, downsize from the economy, or being dumped from their job. That, the 5Ds, most families have dealt with 3, and there have the emotional impact, but the financial impact, because they weren't actually building wealth with purpose. When we build wealth with purpose, and life happens, and what life will happen, you are protected from this financially, and then it helps with the emotional piece. So, everybody wants to be a part of the ethical development, making sure that everything is strategic, have impact in your community. And I think about this, like with kids, it's what's caught, not what's taught. And when kids are actually seeing their parents and families actually make impacts on communities, what does that actually do to them when they're starting to like look around and the impact that they want to make? So you have that long-term thinking. Of course, it's changing the generational wealth and having those relationships. We started this 3 days out with the relationship with Adam and I. Adam and I have been working together and partners for 12 years. And it all started with doing one fix and flip, and then another, and then another. And it just kept growing again and again. All my investors had been with me for years and years and years. And we just keep doing again and again and again, making an impact not only for their family, but now for communities and other families, because we're all aligned in making that impact.
So in that ecosystem, the connection is that we do this with education, we do this with investment strategy, development, AI technology, community, and capital alignment. Titan Impact Group is just bigger than the real estate. It's bigger than the deal. We talked about Chosen Forever. We talked about 7 Streams Income Investment Club. We talked about Titan 23. Like, and all of these, and the OZ Wizard, we talked about all these things, because what this does is each one of these spokes on this wheel you see in front of you is a key to Titan Impact Group.
So then we talked about Titan 23 and having strategic wealth. Like this is the piece to understand. It's more than just having, do I have enough for retirement? Like, yes, you can have that conversation. And what if you were actually creating strategic generational wealth for several generations to come? And you're building this through partnerships, having actual influence inside of how communities are being built and building sustainable wealth. So this allows you to be like a visionary and a strategic investor. And again, bringing in opportunities of, hey, what if I could, can I do this? And having a conversation with the opportunity zone wizard and saying, hey, what would it be possible? How could we put this together? And then build the band around it.
And, do me a favor, put a 7 in the chat if you understand how all this is tying together. Put a 7 in the chat if you're able to see how by having the investment club for non-accredited investors to become accredited investors, to become capital gains earners, to become opportunity zone investors. Like these are all the strategic parts all the way through, right? And so the Seven Streams Investment Club, it's a community-based capital education club. Like we're teaching every single day. Some organizations teach monthly, some weekly. We do it daily.
And if you want to know more about that, Laura's going to put the registration link in there. We're having a webinar on June the 1st that you can register for, so you can learn more about what that Seven Streams Club actually looks like.
And it's inspired us to do another Opportunity Zone one and another Titan 23 one, because again, wealth is really rarely built alone. It's built together with people that have relationships, shared vision, accountability, mentorship, deal flow, and strategic partnership. Like Hannah being here this morning.
Yeah.
Very important piece of this is that, like Hannah explained, the importance behind flow. It's not just deal flow, it's flow in general.
Yeah.
Right. And so again, if it's not a hell yeah, it's a hell no.
Right.
Right.
So the webinar that we structured last night.
Yeah, I just dropped it.
Okay,
We've
cool.
got the event
Awesome.
right in there.
Good job, guys.
So
the second link she just dropped is for that Seven Streams. Just it's an informational meeting. That's all it is. But very, very powerful for you to understand. Again, another stream of income. And then, of course, we talked about opportunity zones and that becoming a strategic engine. So there's the tax strategy, long-term wealth planning, and community revitalization. Again, for generations to come, just think about, you get to be a part of having communities be revitalized and even in some cases built, and that being told by your great grandchildren, like, decades from now.
and I just go back to that graphic real quick. You can see how it looks like a solid ring, right?
Right.
But when you see behind it, you can see
how much is involved.
Deeper web, and it really is, really truly is.
And if you imagine each one of those cogs is like, again, another team member, the who's that know how, and bringing it all together. This is all about team.
It is. So what we did was we designed the OZ Wizard GPT. It's our AI powered intelligence. We use it for validation, structured guidance, participation pathways, educational onboarding, and strategic analysis. You can see nowhere in there that it says decision making or anywhere in there that it says
do it alone.
Advice giving.
Right.
This is not advice giving software. This is not the type of stuff that we promote. We're not selling it. We're providing it, right? To use as a tool, to use as a relationship lever.
Yeah.
A lever inside the relationship.
So one more piece of homework. One of my favorite books is by Keith Cunningham, The Road Less Stupid. And what he says is we don't need to be making more better decisions. We need to be making less stupid decisions. And we do this by thinking through the strategy, the pathway, the education, like all of it, the team all together. When we think through this is what we have built these AI resources for, so you can think through this holistically and very, very thoroughly.
And then outside of that, what you're able to then discover is you have a new wealth model with education, AI technology, strategic capital deployment, development, and long-term wealth building, you're able to see how all of this combined becomes the generational wealth plan.
So I hope that you're actually seeing, like, yes, we're talking about it with Titan Impact Group and how we put this together, but as I'm hoping that it's expanding your mind and how you're actually able to build out your personal legacy model all the way through, right? We would love to be a part of that process with you. And like, I want you to be thinking about what you're building out more holistically versus just transaction by transaction.
Yeah, because again, we all come in at different entry points. We've got beginners, we've got intermediate, we've got the advanced, and we've got the institutional. And we do service all of those. Again, we're not trying to oversimplify anything for the newcomers. We're trying to bring the newcomers to the same levels as the advanced and the institutional.
Well, and it's so important for us because at some point somebody mentored me. And I've had multiple mentors along the way. And now at this point, now it's time for us to give back and start reaching back and help mentor people all the way through the process so that they can get here. And at some point they'll turn around and they're going to pay it forward, you know, to other people in other communities.
Yeah. So because this is about a lifestyle design, you know, we're not building transactions, we're building lives, right? And we're doing that through helping people understand that financial freedom comes through alignment. It comes through impact. It comes through community. It comes through legacy. And when you do all that, it comes at the end of the day, it's optionality.
Yep. Giving you options. That's true freedom. So making sure that ethical development happens, whether you work with us or you work with anybody else, like really, I just want to, I invite you to consider making sure that one of your values or your conditions of satisfaction is that you do make an impact and make sure every deal that you're a part of does leave every person, property, and community better than you found it. And there's lots of ways to make this happen, as you've heard over the last 3 days.
The future of wealth building is really about integrating a new model. The old model was fragmented, advisors are disconnected, investments are isolated, and it's a lot of short-term thinking, but the integrated model is much more cohesive when it comes to the ecosystem, the ability to collaborate, the way that we, bring AI into it, let AI kind of navigate with us through it. And what that does is it really positions us for just generational wealth.
So this is bigger than just investing. We really are creating a movement where capital, technology, ethics, and community come together to build a new model of wealth and legacy. So we invite you to join our ecosystem and, be inspired to, again, leave every person, property, and community better than we found them.
That's it.
So with that, we would love to be able to answer any questions that people may have.
I don't want any questions. I actually want people to tell us, what did you learn in the last 3 days? This was, by the way, this was more than a 12-hour production. We did 4 hours for 3 days. That's 12 hours. But what went on behind the scenes was probably another 20 hours. So based on that, like, we put in a full work week here. I want to know what everybody got from it.
Yeah, what are you choosing to
What's your
take
paycheck?
away
What's your
for,
paycheck?
right? Yes. What are you choosing to take away?
And I'm gonna start calling out people. Giving everybody like 3 seconds. Cicely, are you available? I think Cicely might have slipped away. Deanna said
She's
that.
unmuting herself. There she is.
I'm back. Sorry. Okay. What was the question? Was takeaways?
Yes.
Okay, for the whole thing. So, it takes the same amount of time to do these little baby deals that I'm doing over here, to do big deals, development, the energy part with Hannah, just the flow state, what is it? Like resistance versus flow. Like I've already kind of been studying that, but everything she said just sat with me. Her story and like when I was a kid, just knowing I couldn't afford certain things and it just resonated with me a lot, and changing the language. the the ecosystem, the environment, like being in the zone with you guys, doing the deals. I feel like I'm going to college. Like I feel like I have this experience to like learn and be in proximity. And so I'm sorry, I was drinking water and my apologies. But yeah, I love it. I'm so in love with everything I'm learning. Everybody, the speakers, even Natalie, she was talking about I took a lot of notes when she was speaking about development, low income housing, resources. I have some connections, friends that are doing that. And I was like, my mind just being in proximity, I was like, oh, I can connect. So I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question right.
No, this is perfect. And here's the biggest thing that you just said is that you feel like you're going to school. They don't teach this in school, right? This is your school. And taking this again from starting out only a few years ago of not doing any of this to now, like what you have been doing, this is significant. This is huge. So Cicely, I really acknowledge you. Like I know how far you've come in the journey that you've been on and how much like you've learned and you've implemented. Like again, deeply, deeply inspiring. I know your story personally and just deeply grateful that you're here. I love it. So all the way from beginners to Deanna, you've been doing this. You're not a noob to this. Like for somebody who's like been doing this literally for decades, like I'd love to know, your takeaway because of your experience inside of investing.
Amazing. Thank you, Catherine. And to all of the team, I know this isn't easy to put these on, and I know what's involved, and I know we've all been juggling calls and deals and mother-in-laws with a little health thing going on, all of the things that go on in the day of an investor, of an entrepreneur. Some of the takeaways. So to hear from Natalie this morning. Last night, I was actually at City Hall. I sit on our advisory council for housing in our city, and we were talking about equity deserving populations and how their needs are so different. I was in a breakout group where we talked about, the needs of single mother, of if someone is I'm in Canada right now, so we have immigrants who come here who don't know the language, don't know the customs, but their needs are a little bit different than someone who has lived here all their life but is newly unhoused. They all have different needs, but there's this Venn diagram where some of these things come in the middle. And how do we help all of them? How do we do well? And then I hear from Roman. Roman, you're here right now. I might get some sparkles on this one.
Yes.
And I can't, this one really surprised me. To hear you say that you started this soccer league with full intentions of creating an MLS team. Holy cow. Like, I needed to hear that you had the audacity to think you could create that dream. I love this. Like, who the heck did you think you were? Like, we all need to listen to this. And he didn't get the team, but man, did he learn. And I just want to tell you that was one of the most important things I heard. Yeah, give him a hug for me.
No,
Like,
I'm
She's
maintaining
totally
his head.
making fun of him.
I'm sorry, I had to maintain his head size. He was
She's
making
like
his
deeply
head.
moved by this.
and Roman, you're someone who's used to success, I think, and to come on and share something that you may not think was a success. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for sharing that, because I have not stopped thinking about that. Like, how dare the rest of us dream small?
Yes.
Right? And I shared yesterday, I come from a lineage of people who lived small lives and died without truly living. So I really want to thank you for that, Roman, because sharing that story, like, holy smokes. And I'm going to carry that forward. That left a footprint in my heart. And I'm going to go, I'm going to tell that story and hopefully inspire others. And that's what these events do. So thank you to everyone who shared the comments to you guys for creating these spaces. And we all have to be in these rooms more often. We all have to share the stories, the good, the bad, the ugly, and figure out who we are, what our F words are, and go freaking live them because life is too damn short to do anything else. I will
Yes,
jump off my little soapbox now.
No, stay
Thank
on
you.
it. We're with it.
Mic drop for sure.
Let's move now to Tracy Gore, another not newbie, not a rookie. Tracy, what are your takeaways from the last 3 days?
Oh my gosh. So it's been really great. And I had to actually step away a couple of times. I had to step away a couple of times and I missed complete greatness. And so I'm upset that I didn't get to watch all 12 hours, but I'm going to hopefully watch some replays. I have a lot of takeaways. I gained a whole bunch of valuable information and the people that are here that are spending their time, committing their time to help other people. I mean, it's just so encouraging. And it just reminds me that I'm not here to serve myself. I'm here to serve others. And to see everybody else do that and to really bring it, to leave everything out here and just lay it all out. It's amazing. And I love it.
Awesome. No, I appreciate that. That's and again, Tracy spoke yesterday about all of her things inside of what she's doing with Southern Streams. And so we're really excited that the relationships that are coming out of these things that we've done have been amazing. So
Yep.
super excited by that. And we'd love to see if we can pull Hannah to the table with all that you ladies have been doing. Hannah's a prime example of start young, start early.
Yep.
Right. And not having to repeat and do all the things. So
Yep.
Laura Miller, our illustrious backstage, she's better than a roadie for Motley Crue. So I actually knew some roadies from Motley Crue and you're way better than they are. So
He's our James Cameron here for the podcast and the video and everything.
Okay, wait a minute. Are you guys all in the same room? Is that what's happening? We're totally missing out because
you are missing out. So I'm actually gonna show you. Here's what you're missing by not being here. So here we are. See all the cars?
Yes, I see. I love it.
Lamborghini, all the amazing things. But here's the best part. Ready?
Yeah.
There's Laura. Woo woo. Yay! There's Tommy. Roman, wave. And then Katya was there. Alyssa was there. So everybody. So next time you can come stay at the Bell Hotel, come to the club, hang out with all of us.
I can't wait.
The 1st through the 4th. Get your tickets
in
June.
And then we got the upstairs still. They haven't seen those rooms. So those are the nice real.
Amore's not coming out here in June anymore.
She's afraid of the heat. She's afraid of the heat.
Come be in the room with us. Yes, Deanna's coming. I'm super excited that we get to see her in June, but we have a call tomorrow. I'm super excited.
And it's December in Scottsdale. You cannot keep the Canadians away. I'll be bringing a flock of my snowbirds with me. Yes.
Snowbirding. We were educating Katya about what snowbirds were.
Yeah, we'll restart the Canadian migration again. The Canadian migration shut off last year. We're going to restart it.
Are you also Canadian, Deanna?
Yes, she is.
My sister-in-law is also Canadian, and her name's Catherine, by the way. Same hair color. It's a Canadian thing. Now we're fine. She's from Ontario, Kingston. So,
okay. Yes, we will have a few of them down there in December. I cannot imagine the energy in that room, the vibe in that room. I was going to reach out to Tracy and say, we're going to crash there. We're crashing them. We are going live in December with them, right?
Yes. Everybody. Cicely's coming. Cicely's actually coming here, I think, next week to come play cash flow and dance and all the things with us because we've got the champagne and cowboys that we're actually going to have here. We're going to be teaching line dancing and you can get your own custom cowboy hat made and all the fun things. There's an enormous amount of fun that we have here. And one of the things that we're actually doing is Tina's going to be here. Yay! Is we've got some gifts for you. So throughout this last 3 days, we have so many books that I've given you all homework for. So yes, you have homework. And so my books, Tracy's books, and then a whole bunch of the GPTs
My
that we
book.
have, your books. Yep. So Katya, who had to leave and go to the airport, she created a fabulous graphic. Did she give it to you to share?
She did not, but we'll get it sent out
Okay,
to everybody.
we'll get it emailed out to everybody. So we're super excited to give you all of those gifts and tools. And again, this is just the beginning of scratching the surface of the whole community and the ecosystem that we're building. And again, it's all about building the band, because again, we can go, far. What does it have? You can go fast if you're alone, but you can go further, when you have more friends.
Further with friends.
Yep.
So
So that's what we're building out.
speaking of, let your friend back there tell what she picked up in this.
Laura,
Oh, you got me all started and then you swirled off to the background. What do I?
My fault.
You know,
Mike, your mic.
I know, I was trying to talk off of your mic because then my mic will reverb. Okay, is that okay? There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Come be live. I'm going to be live in December here as well. What I got was a really, from everybody's presentations were so great, especially Trevor's yesterday had me start to think outside the box, right? His whole conversation about buying the businesses that he's utilizing anyway, and in the ways of having multiple streams of income. Just, I've been investing for whatever, 25 years. And there's things that you think and then somebody comes along with an idea that you're like, wow, I never would have thought of that, right? And it just then spun. Like I come back and forth to Arizona a lot. I live in Washington. I like to fly because it's, a 2-hour flight compared to a 20-hour drive. I've done both. One is a little bit more fun than the other. But inside of that conversation yesterday, I'm like, all right, well, how do I make all that work? And then I thought, shoot, I could get a Turo. Why don't I just have a Turo car so that when I come down here, I have a car, right? And so and everybody's Heather's today, just everybody's conversations and pouring love and knowledge, and there's no run to the back of the room today and today only. Like that was our whole mission, the team of Amor and Victoria, and the hours and weeks, months that we've been planning this and coordinating it with Katya and Blake and Roman and all of it. It just so privileged and honored to be a part of the team and a part of what we're passing on, the legacy we're passing on to others.
No, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Laura. And so for the rest of us that are in here, we've got about 9 minutes left. I want to chew up all that time, giving you guys the opportunity to say stuff. But I really wanted to say that what I got out of it was how grateful I am. Like my level of gratitude is overabundant with everything and everyone. Like I said, when Roman and Ning Young came in first thing this morning and they were there, we literally started it this way over a year ago, January 1st, 2024. We made a decision that we were going to hold a meeting a week to try and build a community, and here we are. So it just, for me, the takeaway was where we're at and where we're going. So
yeah, and it was just about almost a year ago that I met Amor and Victoria through Tracy. I got to speak at her event. And again, all the relationships leading on Victoria, what you were just saying, it's like community is everything.
But
Just said yes. We just said yes. And, here we are. And I was like, oh my gosh, this woman threw this amazing event. She needs to come and throw this event. And it turned into this conversation, which turned to this thing. And then their thing and collaborating on all the things. And now we're going to do an in-person thing. Like, again, you never know the conversations by just saying yes to be in the rooms and what's going to get created next. Like just showing up and saying yes. And again, hell yes, right?
That's so good.
So first of all, I really need to do this. So I just deep gratitude for Tommy for your leadership and vision for look at the camera. Come on. He's paying attention to the car. Don't pay attention to the car behind the screen. So again, just deeply grateful for you. And, again, this has been months and months and months of, we started putting together a really hairy, audacious goal of the in-person event. And we transitioned to the virtual event, which is going into the personal event, Roman and Ning Young for, their whole vision and putting this together, not knowing how this is all going to come together. And then Amor and Victoria saying yes, just yes and yes and yes. And Laura, 27 years of yeses. Like we've got March is our 27th friend anniversary. And it's having all of these extraordinary people, again, forever deeply grateful for, again, the heart, the soul, the time, everything that gets poured into this and the connections. And again, we never know who we're going to impact. And the communities that we're, impacting, Susan, oh my gosh, girl, you win the award for the most amount of comments made. Like, I'm like, oh, we need to give her a trophy. And Tina being here, everybody being here, Cicely being here, flying in, Katia being here. I know she's not here, now with us, but she'll watch the recording. Again, just deeply grateful for every single one of you. Grateful, Deanna, Tracy, like all that you have to share who you are as experienced investors. Do you need to be here? Like, no, you don't need to be here. But at the end of the day, like it's the impact that you have and the women that you choose to be are amazing, and then of course, I feel like our unsung hero, Victoria, like the insane amount of technology that she and behind the scenes, like if she hasn't pulled out her hair by now, we all deserve to send her to the beauty salon. Again, it's been just extraordinary. And again, this is just the beginning of something really extraordinary for the in-person event and moving forward. So if we have anybody who wants to be a part of the coordination team and all of that, build the band, be a part of the band, let us know what instrument, so to speak, that you want to play. And let's play together and build this straight across the country.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's have Victoria tell us how she felt, and I want to wrap up with Amor.
And Amor. Yep. Victoria, you're up, baby.
Well, first of all, thank you guys. Thank you for everything you said, Catherine, and all the thanks that everyone gave me. I really appreciate that. It's just an honor to be in the room, spending time here. It's almost difficult to call out all the learning that I acquired. But first, I mean, you guys hit on everything from mindset to technology to what it means to grow, what it means to just learn all of the things. I'm sitting here thinking about like, man, what avenue, like, I need to hone into myself, find out what my F words are and realign myself to, where I should be. And just ensuring that I have that has to be solid first, right? In order to get where I need to be. It was just gems from everywhere where I just can't narrow it down. I'm very excited about technology and what you guys are showing us on that. I mean, that just kind of like eliminated just months of research that we have to do when you could just speak to it and it helps create scenarios. So all the things I'm excited about next step. I'm excited about December. It's going to be fabulous. That much I do know. And I just want to say thank you.
Absolutely.
So grateful
Before more goes, Roman, did you have anything you want to add?
Actually, I'm very, grateful and feel confident that we have a group of investors that people are looking forward to kind of working together, and that you actually feel the energy right away. you know, the honesty and the people that are wanting to actually help out instead of you can feel the energy when I attended all these seminars, real estate seminars, and I see all these Instagram posts, all these gurus, you know, telling you they're just selling you a course, right? And okay, you sold me a course, so what do I do now? And in this case, you know, I feel it, I feel the heartfelt energy from everyone on wanting to do something and how they can bring their ideas and what their experience has actually, you know, help someone out, you know, and that's one of the things that makes me feel at ease at heart, you know, to kind of, you know, feel that actually everyone's wanting here for the same objective. Some sort or another, I think how me and Tommy's story goes along is we both were screwed by the same guy and eventually
easy. It ain't that kind of
yeah, not screwed in the way, you know, but in the business aspect, right? And how you know God kind of works to kind of you know compile everyone and put everyone on file and just like Hannah said, you know, go in that
He
flow
took the,
state,
let's
you
put
know.
it this
So
way, there was a rock in the middle of our river flow.
yeah,
And between Roman and I, we were able to remove the rock that not only was in the middle of our river flow, but we actually shut down, stopped somebody that was doing human trafficking. So that's the story that we like to talk about is that not only did he mess with the two wrong hombres, but he like got the horns too. So we're pleased to know that we not only did we have through our suffering, what we were able to do was end the suffering of others. And you want to know what it feels like to feel like Jesus? That might be it right there. So and wrap it up, let's go to the most like person in the room.
Her name literally means love.
Oh, thank you. I feel overwhelmed in a little bit. I'm gonna make it through it. But one, I actually met Catherine at the Hope Conference, which I got to hear her share about, you know, the thing that's like so close to her heart, Chosen Forever. And I just knew like this is a special person. And so through that, not only, you know, have I just fell deeper in love with her, but I also get to interact and have fun and throw jabs and sass at Tommy and make sure he's doing what he needs to do when we're together in the mastermind. And so like it's just like so many doors and so many people that get added to your life when you answer the call that God has for your life. And I think that's what this whole thing has brought up for me is like every person spoke about how they stepped out into something that was bigger than them. And that just is so encouraging. And the thing is, though, everyone connected it a lot of times to other people. So it's not just about you stepping out, but when you step out, it enables other people to step out and your world is expanded. And so when you truly work with people, instead of just being around them, you unlock doors, you unlock dreams, and you unlock dimensions that you could have never reached alone.
Yeah.
And that has been what this has been about for me. I feel stretched. I feel like my vision is multiplied, but I don't have to carry it alone. I have amazing people who we can carry it together. And so that's what this has been about to me. I've learned so much and I'm so excited.
And together we go farther.
We
So
totally go farther.
deeply grateful for all of you. We actually have a meeting with the Phoenix City officials right now about the opportunity zone and them wanting to come speak and educate all them. So I love you all. We got to continue fulfilling on our mission and stay tuned for all the amazing things that we have coming and come be a part of our community. Let us know what instrument you want to play and join the band.
Yes.
We love you all.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.